Thank you so much, everyone. Now, I request Honorable Principal Dr. G.D. Giri to felicitate our guest and address our delegates for today's inaugural session. Over to you, sir.
Happy morning to all of you. Today's resource person, Dr. Imran sir from IT Department of Biomedical Engineering of Gasho University, South Korea. All chairpersons of the technical session, all researchers, audience. I am here for virtual welcome of all of you. First of all, I'd like to congratulate IT Department of KLE College of Science and Commerce, Kalamboli, Navi Mumbai for organizing a one-day international e-conference on the topic recent advancement and exploration in computer application. Earlier, we used to say that existence of management is in every field. But at present, information technology has existence, and because of which every field has enriched to the great extent, because of which there is need to have deliberations on various aspects of information technology. This field has been developing with a great speed. It is a need of an hour to catch the speed, and therefore such national level, international level conferences will help us to achieve the objectives and to get well equipped with the recent knowledge. Today, Dr. Imran is with us, and I am sure that he will guide us in the different field of applications. Our research students, teachers, and various participants from the different field will be benefited definitely. There will be deliberations on different aspects of computer application in the day. I welcome all of you on behalf of KLE Society Belgavi and our chairman, Sir Dr. Prabhakar Kore. Our KLE Society is 107-year-old society having 293 schools and colleges in different corners of the world, including India. So once again, I welcome all of you, and I wish all the best to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Principal Sir, for your motivating and valuable words. Now, I request our Honorable Keynote Speaker, Dr. Imran Sir, to address our all participants and students. Over to you, Imran Sir.
I have already given my welcome address. So I welcome you on the occasion of this international e-conference organized by our IT department. So I welcome you on the occasion of this international e-conference organized by our IT department.
This
Thank you for
likely
accepting our request, sir.
my honor, my honor. Thank you so much for inviting me.
Over to Rajashree.
Thank you, Principal Sir. Now, I request our Honorable Keynote Speaker, Dr. Imran Sir, to address our all participants and audience. Over to you, Dr. Imran Sir.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Good morning. Thank you so much, Principal Sir, and every staff member for inviting me for this international conference, e-conference, on a very interesting topic. and I'm very delighted to address it because this topic is very interesting to me. No. So I will start my presentation. So can I share my screen, or it will be shared from this screen?
Yes, sir, you can share.
Okay, share. So I will just confirm whether the
Yes, sir,
screen
it
is
is
visible.
visible. Yes.
Okay, great. So again, I'm very delighted to address this very interesting e-conference and organized by the KLE Society. And thank you for inviting me for this conference. And the topic is already familiar to you because the welcome address has already been addressed by the principal, sir. So the topic is recent advancement and exploration in computer application. And little about me, I'm Dr. Imran. I'm assistant professor of IT in Gajan University, South Korea. And by assistant professor of IT, we work as an interdisciplinary researcher with the Department of Biomedical Engineering. So brief bio in my research interests. So my PhD is from South Korea, Jeju National University. And my working interest is intelligent software development, IT convergence solutions, and tech entrepreneurship. And my research is mainly focused on interdisciplinary scientific application based on Internet of Things, machine learning, data science, and blockchain. So more about me can be found at this link. And here are a list of some honors and rewards which I have been awarded by the time and my publication track. So let's come to the interesting topic, which is the main theme of this e-conference. So the topic is emerging technology trends. And in this short session, we will be explaining the trends, especially artificial intelligence, robotics, big data, cloud computing, and cybersecurity, blockchain, bioinformatics, flying cars and autonomous vehicles, and more and more and more. So you people may be very much familiar with this concept of artificial intelligence because of so much influence in our daily life, and with the so much new introduction like ChatGPT, then it's very familiar to even the common person. And artificial intelligence is basically simulating human behaviors and thinking into a machine. And if we summarize it, it is actually a combination of machine learning techniques and deep learning. So these two are now the keywords, the machine learning and deep learning. So artificial intelligence is like a umbrella in a main field, and then there are subfields like machine learning, then there are other fields. So if we talk about the types of artificial intelligence, then every type of artificial intelligence, almost every model, they are trained on vast amount of data, and after learning from the data, they can give you intelligent insights and intelligent decisions. So if we, for the students, if we just want to make artificial intelligence is our career, then there is a survey that by 2024, it will be 80 billion industry. So everyone have now a very good career in this one. So one of the most controversial as well as intriguing area of computer science because of the so much technology introduced by now. Like if you may be familiar with deep fake, so the deep fake technology can be used for imitating some human even personality by voice, by video, by images. So like with the other technologies like ChatGPT can be used for the text, then there are other technologies which can be used for putting your imaginations into some actual form and visualization. So for example, there is a website, if you just go and type, I need an elephant, for example, and a sea, and just draw for me this painting, oil painting, then it will draw for you very much quick and just in seconds. So with these so much advancement, now it's a responsibility of the academics, so to make it useful for the society. And institutes like KLE Society is taking this responsibility by organizing the e-conference, and the e-conference goal is to make the society familiar with these new technologies, new trends. So I'm very happy to now introduce the robotics. So everyone is almost familiar with robotics because artificial intelligence and things like this was not too much common in robotics, even in the movies and the newspapers, everyone is familiar with it. So robotics is now very common in more industries like military, industrial robots, and educational robots. And if we talk about robotics, then it is integration of many different component disciplines and technologies, such as computer technology, sensors, and if you may be familiar with material science. So the material science is advancing with these robotics technologies, and now those materials can be used with robotics to make it more like humanoid. And artificial intelligence can be integrated to make it more like human in term of cognitive intelligence. So if we talk about advances in robotics, so there are many. So there are many technologies that can be used for now making intelligent robots. For example, many industry and many companies are using these integrations. So for example, there is a very famous robot, Sophia. So Sophia is a social humanoid robot, and she was actually first launched in Hong Kong based company, Hansen Robotics, in 2015. And there are many humanoid robots by now. If you just look at these robots, so these are helping in now we are familiar with artificial intelligence and robotics, and there were two keywords we were introduced to, and one keyword was machine learning. So machine learning is basically a subfield of artificial intelligence, which actually, so usually traditionally we program computers. So now through machine learning, computer can learn without explicitly programming the machine. So in simple words, there are some data and the data is labeled. By label data, we means, for example, if we talk about attacks, so we say, okay, for these much information, okay, the label is, this is anomaly. So this now need to be detected. So this is now intrusion. So we have some label data, the machine learning algorithm is trained to it. So now we have a learn model. And after the learn model, we can make predictions and future insights on unseen data. So this is machine learning, simple words. And machine learning can be categorized into supervised, unsupervised, reinforcement learning. These are very common. And there's another category called semi-supervised. So supervised means like it's like a supervisor. So the algorithm is given, the algorithm is actually supervising how to perform the machine learning tasks. So there is label data. So during the training, you say the algorithm says the machine, okay, this is the input, and for this one, this is the output. Now on unseen data, you need to observe this data patterns and perform this prediction and insights. For unsupervised data, so basically there is no supervision. It's like, so the first one is like a teacher supervising the student, and the second one, there is hidden patterns in the data, and now the algorithm will actually summarize the hidden patterns into some clusters, and there are other types. So clustering is one example of unsupervised learning. If we talk about reinforcement learning, so in this one, the machine, the agent, actually learn from the environment by performing the actions. So Very common example of this one is learn to play Go. So how a machine can learn to play the Go game, right? So there was one time of competition with the Google Go, and it was won by the machine, right? So and a very common example of reinforcement learning these days is Q learning. So Q learning is an algorithm which works on the reinforcement learning paradigm. And in Q learning, the agent having some grid, and in the grid the grid is like environment, and when it performs an action, it's rewarded. So the reward can be negative and positive. So punishment and reward. So if it's rewarded, then likely he will perform that action, and punished, so it will be discouraged. And if you talk about reinforcement learning in more detail, then there is a concept of reward system and a goal. So the goal is to maximize the reward, right? So in here, there is example of classification. For example, a very common example is spam email. So there is an email, and you can say, okay, whether it is class A, spam, or not spam. And if we talk about regression, so classification and regression are both types of supervised learning. If we talk about regression, regression is continuous values. For example, house price prediction. If we talk about house price prediction, so then there is a continuous value, and here is a classes. And clustering, there is no classes. I'm not aware whether we are connected. Can someone confirm we are connected?
Yes, connected.
Okay, thank you. So I was talking about machine learning types. So there is a clustering, and here are some common examples of supervised learning. The audience may be familiar with it. So in supervised learning, these are common algorithms used these days. So very famous, and almost every toolkit, like if we talk about Python, or we talk about MATLAB, then the algorithms or source codes are available. So you can easily find it on Kaggle. Kaggle is a website repository for machine learning codes and other codes and other data science codes. And similarly, you can find some codes of this in GitHub. So here are the algorithms of supervised learning. So linear classifier, perceptron, and perceptron, you must be familiar with it because perceptron on some level is called artificial neural network. So after artificial neural network, then it's called deep neural network, right? So we will talk about in the later part in more detail, and I will emphasize on ensemble learning. So ensemble learning is like you have one or two algorithms, and now you are so we classify, for example, in the case of classification. So one algorithm is performing well, and we consider the other algorithm is a weak algorithm. So we say, okay, one model is weak learner, another is strong learner. Now we need to combine the results of both, and we will have some aggregation system for that one. So boosting is one common example, bigging example. In case of a common algorithm, there is random forest, which is working on these. These days, researchers are actually working on making their own paradigm of ensemble learning, because these traditional algorithms may be not fitting well into the new data, and maybe the results are not that much good. Once the data scientists apply some mechanism like aggregation and boosting, bagging, then there is another concept called staking, then the results can be improved. Okay, now I will just move on from this slide. So unsupervised learning, there is a common algorithm, k-means clustering, and other two algorithms like this. And here are density estimation and dimensionality reduction concepts. So these are traditional machine learning algorithms. Now, if we talk about what's new in the machine learning, then there is a concept called deep learning, which I put into the last part of my presentation. If we get time, then we will go through it. But now I will introduce you to the big data. So the big data is basically very important, and these days a lot of research is conducted in this field. And tech giant like Google, Twitter, and Facebook, they are working on big data to actually not only revolutionize the society, but also to make billion trillion dollars. So this is a very big industry, even for countries like India and Pakistan. If they, in the academic level and in the country economic level, if we take advantage from this one, then we can resume and compete with the other world part. So if we talk about some other technologies like Internet of Things. So Internet of Things is the connectivity of the things to the internet. So for example, you have mobile, it's connected to the internet. You have a refrigerator, it's connected to the internet. So these devices, if we talk about vehicles, so there are Internet of Vehicles. These devices generate immense amount of data. So that data is now the big data. And now we need big data experts to explore that data and find trends in the data and revolutionize the process. For example, where I am living in Korea. So in Korea, we worked on a research project which was waste management. So there is waste bins and there are sensors installed in waste bins. And now it's generating a lot of data, the waste bins. So we need to make the data useful for the policymakers. So one of our research was to manage the data. Another was to make policies based on the data and in the Internet of Things environment. So there can be many examples which can be very helpful for this part of our world. And if we talk about big data technologies, then Twitter is generating immense amount of data, which can be used for cyber security, and a lot of other applications can be. So traditional databases are now revolutionized like this, and there can be many big data application which I discussed, or very few example. Data as a service is an example. Cloud computing. We will talk about cloud computing in the later part of our presentation. If we estimate big data analytics and we talk to our students, if we motivate them, then there is a huge demand of experts, big data in every industry almost. From banking to healthcare, big data analytics is everywhere. And most of the companies are now hiring people who are expert in big data. And a lot of companies have produced their software as a service application. For example, if we talk about Amazon, so Amazon is having their big data applications available to people through cloud computing mechanism, and similarly Google and other tech giants. Now, with all these trends and technologies, there is a challenge which is everlasting, and researchers and students like you can work on this problem to actually enhance the security. So cyber security is, what is a cyber security? It is the protection of internet connected things, including software, hardware, data, and cyber attacks. And in this area, a lot of research is conducted, and one of the most problematic element in this one is the research. The bad guys are evolving, so there are the expertise. So if we talk about hackers and the bad guys, then they are actually enhancing. So we need the good guys, the certified ethical hackers, so who actually can compete them. And also we need researchers like you, so who can research and introduce new technologies. For example, intrusion detection is a very common area of research where you can fight these very common attacks. So you can develop your IDS, your intrusion detection system. You can develop your intrusion prevention system based on artificial intelligence and other related technologies. Here are some areas. So one can be application security, information security, network security, and so on, disaster recovery, operational security, end user. When there is end user situation, there is a problem as well. If we talk about the statistics to our students, then by 2026, about 30% jobs, which was predicted by US Bureau of Labor Statistic, will be of the cyber security experts. So it's very interesting area for the students and the researchers. And here is a comment from the previous president of USA, Barack Obama. He said, we need collaboration, explore partnership that will help develop the best ways to bolster our cybersecurity. And same is needed for countries like ours. And especially for educational institutes, it's very important because as we go online, then there are bad guys, and we need to prevent our students to use those script kiddies concepts and hacking mechanisms in our educational systems. Now, here I introduce a very important concept, blockchain. So we talked about artificial intelligence, which is my area expert, and there is another area of expert, which is blockchain. So blockchain is basically a distributed ledger. So it's a ledger, a distributed ledger, and it can be used to maintain instant and permanent records, which can be of specific chain in computer. So for the layman, blockchain makes it easy to stop actually fraudulent behavior in almost every transaction. So if we talk about, for example, real estate, so in real estate, we can use smart contract to move our traditional system to land registration system to a secure one. And similarly in healthcare, for example, there is a research field, we call it electronic health monitoring, and so we call it remote health monitoring. So that one can be secured through blockchain because the patient data is very private, and if we want to secure the patient data, and especially when there are smart systems, so for example in countries like first world countries, they introduced intelligence system and smart health monitoring. So in the smart healthcare system, the sensor can be mishandled and the data can be misused, right? So because if you want to kill someone, then you can just use that data, this sensor. And for example, there's a heart sensor, and you can change those values, and now the person is gone. So for that one, blockchain based security is very important. And other real world application can be a common and very helpful to the common person. So in simple words, people know blockchain through Bitcoin and things like that, cryptocurrency, but blockchain can be used, and blockchain is used in many real life applications. So for example, there is energy trading. Energy trading is very common example. So in first world countries, the energy, there is nanogrid, there is the grid system, and now you can trade with it, government or that electric foundation, I mean company. So for example, if you have producing more energy through your solar mechanism or other, and now you can deal with that. So you can sell back to that grid system. So for that one, we need system like blockchain to avoid fraudulent behavior. And for other real life applications like banking, it's very important. Now here come the autonomous cars. So if we talk about Internet of Vehicles, right? So now there is Internet of Vehicle, a very vast field for researchers where they can work. And autonomous car is one example. For example, Google introduced, there is a training company, there is education company which was built by Suboston. Sir Suboston founded Udacity. So you may be familiar with Udacity. So they worked on first Google autonomous car, right? So autonomous car basically sense the environment and navigate like without a human input, right? So it's perceive their surrounding, including radar, like GPS and computer vision mechanisms to check whether there is some obstacles in the road. If we talk about stereotypes of in autonomous cars, so here are some visuals. Now we can talk about interpretations. So many common examples of these trending technologies. If we talk about healthcare, then bioinformatics and biomedical engineering is very vast field these days, where artificial intelligence, IoT, and other related technology like blockchain is producing impact in the life of a doctor, a patient, and everyone involved in this field. So bioinformatics is basically multidisciplinary discipline. So multidisciplinary means there will be experts from computing, there will be experts from biology and other. Now biology is spread to more subfields. So genetics and other fields, and people can use the data produced. For example, if we talk about MRI and CT scan and other images data, so it can be used easily for application like big data, machine learning, and other algorithms. And these intelligent AI algorithms can be used to produce impact. And already many research is conducted, and they are showing very good statistic of improving their life. For example, if we talk about South Korea, then in South Korea, they are now in the early phase of using AI in the hospitals, but almost all other systems are automated. So this year they put immigration system into an autonomous mode. So for example, if you are leaving the country, so today I have a international flight, that's why I was late, and I will be here for a short time due to that, due to international flight. So now you don't need the immigration guys to sit there and check whether someone is going. So it's autonomous now. So world is adopting technologies, and so on we will adopt. So bioinformatics, we were talking about bioinformatics. So it's computer technology serving the medical, pharmaceutical, industrial, environmental, and even information technology for these sort of applications. If we talk about a very common example, CAD, right? So there are image analysis. So in here are breast images and thoracic images, and you can use image processing techniques of the computer science and as well as machine learning technologies for organ segmentation, which can be part of breast and lungs and even a colon for a colonoscopy. And then you can detect nodules, polyps, and after that you can extract the features and apply machine learning algorithm to detect whether that nodule or polyps is malignant or benign. So then after that, you can having your predictive analytics, evaluation and interpretation. These things are actually part of multidisciplinary research. So we need experts from computing as well as biomedical engineering and bioinformatics. If we talk about education, then you can talk about a lot of learning platforms online. So there are LMSs, learning management system, for example, Moodle now. So computer science is now automating the learning management, which was done previously by humans. So if we talk about some advanced websites like Coursera or Udacity, then Infinite Skills. So these websites are using their LMS, and also they are tracking the learning of the student. And also they are recommending courses based on this. So they are using machine learning or recommendation. So Udacity, for example, is using machine learning to also predict what will be the best course for you. If we talk about very common technology these days, which is virtual reality, which was nowadays very common to us by the Facebook Meta. So when Meta was introduced, so now we will go to the virtual reality. And virtual reality is basically creating an environment which users can interact and participate as they do in the real world. And VR technologies are now evolving. If we look into this egocentric VR technology, and here these are some VR components which we can use for virtual reality application. There is a gamification concept in the research, which is we call it gamification of healthcare, gamification of education, gamification of industry. So all the things are now gamified through virtual reality and other concepts. If we talk about some real life applications, then it's used in military flight simulations, medicines, entertainment industry, and some current application are used for specially abled persons, and then architectural design if you want to do interior design and things like that. So also now you can take some product simulations and flight simulation, video conferencing, and other. And these are some computing technologies now very much common to us, but still not used in this part of the world. So for example, there are RFIDs. So these tags are used to automate things. So for example, these are small chip and antenna. And there are two types of it, with battery and no battery. So, but the active one is more reliable. If we talk about some technical problem, the problem is actually privacy and security, which again is now part of the research world. So researcher needs to work on this one. If we talk about tracking, these are some examples. As I'm short of time, so I will just skip some concepts. So here you can look into healthcare applications, access control, and others. If we talk about biometric, then biometric is now very much common and almost introduced in every part of the world. But now there is a multi-biometric concept. So you can use multi-biometric. So for researchers are using, and there is many research conducted, but still few good researchers research is needed. So this can be used for biometric application and almost introduced in the average developing countries as well. But still the voting system and others are pending in the electronic system is not introduced in many countries. There is a technology called cloud computing. So cloud computing is very common to us. You may be using Google Spreadsheet, Google Sheet, and so these are examples. You may be familiar with the Amazon, the Microsoft Azure, and Amazon technologies. So software is a service model, grid computing, and utility computing are common types of cloud computing. And in cloud computing, we are basically moving the computing to a cloud, a centralized system of computers, and then you are requesting to the client computer from that cloud. For example, you are using Word document and it's saved in the cloud. So if in case your computer is by any chance destroyed or something, then the data is not lost. With the cloud computing, here are some common examples. There's paid and free, Gmail, Google Talk, and Google Docs. These are cloud example, cloud Google apps. And if we talk about many giants, top players who are working, so there is VMware. VMware is for virtual machine. Microsoft, Red Hat. If we talk about infrastructure, then there is Amazon, IBM, and many, like in the application case, you can look into Google, Salesforce, Oracle, Dropbox. So Dropbox may be very much used in this part of the world. And if we talk about cloud computing in action, then there is Amazon and there is Google Apps. Now there is a common concept called edge computing. Now the edge computing is used to technologies such as autonomous vehicle, video conferencing. So basically these are servers, the cloud, right? And now these are edges. So instead of processing all the computing in here, you need to compute some part of the computing part in here. So for example, you have trained the model here, and now in for real-time prediction, you can use this device or this device or this device. So, and it's very common in autonomous vehicles, video compressing and augmented reality. Then there is a quantum computing, another trend. Quantum computing makes use of high performance computers instead of this one. And it is used for addressing the issues in atomic and subatomic level. So this is very interesting field of research as well. And deep learning, I will just move a little toward this one. So in simple words, like if you are familiar with neural network, like perceptron, then deep neural network means the layers, the hidden layers are more than 2, right? So this is very common, right? But there is a deep structural learning, there is deep belief network. So what is exactly deep learning? So, for example, image, speech, and other data you have. So deep learning means you using neural network with several layers of nodes between, in simple words, right? The series of layers between input and output, feature identification processing is a series of stages. So it's work just like human brain. But long answer is actually you are using some weight optimization mechanism in neural network to make it deep learning. For example, there is a CNN. CNN is a concept of algorithm, deep learning algorithm, or we can talk about other algorithms like GAN, right? So these algorithms are using this mechanism, so it's becoming deep. Computer vision is one example of this one. For example, there's a classification plus localization, object detection, instance segmentation. So these are computer vision tasks are done through deep learning. And what's the difference between ML and deep learning? So it can be very easily seen from here. So there's input and feature extraction, classification, and for example, there's a car, not car, this is the labels. But in deep learning, all the process is automated. So even the feature extraction and the classification and every process is automated. So now the person, the data scientist doesn't need to extract the features and things like that. So the deep learning model will handle it. And here's an example of DL technology applies for multi-layer process. So this is an input image, and it detects the edges, then the texture, the parts, and the object. And finally, you can see is a triangle classifier that this one is the object. So thank you so much for listening to this presentation. And I'm very honored again to being invited to this e-conference. And if there is a question answer session, then I will answer the questions.
Thank you very much, sir, for elaborating significant areas of technology in detail to our audience. Your thought-provoking address set a perfect platform for our participants to deliver their presentations. Now, let us begin with the question answer session, if any. Is anybody wants to ask? Just raise your hand. Okay. So we got one question from Mr. Kuldeep Prabhu. Deep learning and machine learning, one example, how they differentiate. Sir, will you please elaborate, please?
So my screen, if my screen is visible, then I will use some notes.
Yes, sir,
to
it is
explain.
visible.
Okay, so first we talked about artificial intelligence, AI. We talked about AI. Now, AI, artificial intelligence mechanism, is used by subfields. Like there is a field called machine learning, and there is a field called, for example, optimization. There are other fields. So in the optimization case, they are using mathematical optimization concepts for problem solving. Now, machine learning is divided into subfields. So like traditional machine learning, and then deep learning. So what can be the difference? So for example, every machine learning model can be a traditional machine learning model and can be a deep learning model. So for example, if we talk about one example, there is ANN, artificial neural network. There is ANN, artificial neural network, and there is DNN. Sorry for the font sizes. deep neural network. So this one is now example of machine learning, and this one is now example of deep neural network is example of deep learning, right? So what's the difference between both? So in this one, the start is perceptron, now ANN, then the number of hidden layers, if of ANN is increased more than 2, then we call it deep neural network, right? Now let's talk about an example, CNN, right? So in CNN case, whether the traditional neural network mechanism, if it is not deep, right? So if the learning mechanism is not deep and there is no weight optimization mechanism introduced, so we call it traditional CNN, right? But deep CNN or deep learning, best example of CNN will be, there will be some weight optimization mechanism, not the traditional ones. For example, traditional weight optimization mechanism, you are using ADAM, right? So ADAM is an optimizer, weight optimization. Now you are using deep neural network based optimizer for CNN because there is now need, because we are working with the images in this case. Another example, for example, you are working with GAN and GNN, graph neural network and GAN. So in the case of GAN, so there is a generator, and then there is used for identifications. For example, in the generator case, you are using some fake samples generation mechanism, and then you are using the other part for identification. So if you use traditional ANN or traditional algorithm, then it's traditional. But if you are using deep example, either you are using weight optimization mechanism or you are making it deep by introducing some layers, then it's then deep learning, in simple words. I hope you got the explanation and some examples.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Dr. Imran, sir, for detailed explanation of examples of deep learning and machine learning. I hope it is very much clear to our audience. Next, is anybody want to ask any question? You can just put your question in chat box. Okay, we got one more question from Mr. Kuldeep Prabhu. Are a soft computing part of machine learning?
So soft computing is a separate field. So soft computing include all the computing parts, which is based on software technologies and software paradigm. So usually you will see now the convergence mechanism. So in convergence, we are now converging some fields. For example, there is a field called distributed computing. Right? So in distributed computing, the computing is distributed, right? So from this, we got the pervasive computing concept, right? And soft computing is using soft computing paradigms, right? So more into the software engineering field, right? Now, these fields are separate fields, but it can be converged with some intelligent fields. Like, for example, if we talk about AI, so AI is now machine learning. AI is now that thing which you want to, whether it's part or not. So it's separate field. But when you used soft computing with AI, so there is another convergence application of these fields. If you use distributed computing, for example, with AI, then there is a concept called distributed AI. And there is a concept, many new concepts introduced from this one, from distributed AI, and which is trending. So in soft computing, basically, is separate field, and machine learning is separate field, but these can be converged together to make some useful application. For example, in soft computing, you are using some technology, and now you are using AI, then it's another emerged field, which we simply call it convergence of these two technologies. So the answer to it is no, it's not same, but it's different.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Imran, sir. We have one more question from Ms. Babita Anil Kumar. That is importance of AI in attendance management.
So in attendance management, if we talk about attendance management, so automation of something is okay, right? For example, if you are using traditional register, then you can use a fingerprint-based system. But if you are automating this process like this, that some person, maybe in the future, right? So maybe you are using some silicon for the fingerprint, and the student may be a bad guy, means influenced by the hacking techniques. So fingerprint based identification can be now changed, right? So he can use that silicon based identification of you, and the student is sitting in the home, he's not present there, right? So if there is CCTV camera installed and it is actually recognizing through CNN and other mechanism whether the person is actually there, so this sort of attendance will be very useful in the future because it cannot be faked. Maybe in the future the bad guys also improve, but overall AI and machine learning applications are still there in that part of the in this application of attendance management system. So one example is you can use CCTV camera to recognize the person, because we give an example of even the fingerprint is very strong, right? But the bad guys, they actually use some silicon mechanism to take that fingerprint snaps, and then they can use it without you. So I'm just giving an example of a student who is actually too much expert in the hacking concepts, and now his friend is not coming and he is using that thing, right? That silicon fingerprint. So instead, a camera will be very useful to identify through machine learning whether that is the person or not. Hope that's answered the question.
Thank you, Dr. Imran, sir. We have two more questions in chat box. One from Ms. Sakshi. Can you give brief example of cloud computing and quantum computing?
So the example of cloud computing are very much vast, but the quantum computing, sorry, for the quantum computing is still a very interesting field, and most likely the people from the physics and other interdisciplinary research. For example, if you will be looking into some online communities who are working, then in our country it's not familiar that a person from physics or chemistry will be knowledgeable in machine learning, for example. But in other part of the world, they are also expert, and the physics guys will be also expert in the machine learning. So the example of quantum computing is very limited, but the example of cloud computing are very much vast. That's why there was another technology introduced called edge computing, because cloud computing is now very much developed and much research conducted, and there is now need of so much enhancement. So edge computing also introduced. So if you look into the real life example of cloud computing, then Azure, Microsoft Azure, right? So Amazon having their own application, IBM having their own cloud computing application. So what's the main mechanism? The main mechanism is software as a service. So they use software as a service. So the software is installed on the cloud and you are using it as a service. And the quantum computing is still new and research are conducted. So for the traditional persons, I'm not aware that much examples are present. Hope that answers the question.
Thank you, Imran, sir. Now, one more question from Mr. Anukesh Pandey. Can AI be harmful for humans in future, or can AI will replace humans in future?
So usually when they're so humans are still there, humans are the boss, right? So if something want to replace humans, then humans will not allow it, right? But AI is indeed harmful if it's used in a bad way. For example, there is a concept called deep fake, right? So in the deep fake, and there is much research conducted. If you just go to Science Direct or Google Scholar and look into the fake based research, then there is too much. But deepfake is a technology already into use. So now through this one, we can use some images to generate some videos, right? So politicians, for example, or the persons who are in chair using chair, or we can use some sound to imitate that person. These are bad things. So for this one, still researchers are using, for example, Chat GPT is AI, right? So it was introduced. So students are using it for example, assignments, or they are using it for the essays, or even research paper writing. But now there is always alternative. So we need to combat this one. So for example, Turnitin is used for plagiarism checking, right? So Turnitin introduced their own system for detecting Chat GPT based assignments or things. So also the other people are enhancing, and there is another software introduced by I think MIT for detecting Chat GPT. So we need experts who experts from the academia. So experts from academia means they are good for the country, right? So we need those guys to work on the artificial intelligence to use it for the impact and help of the humans. And though it can be used for the negative, uh, and still there is a war of the bad and good, and it is something immortal. So there will be good and there will be bad. But AI in general having very much benefits which can be used, and the bad things can be easily combated through such e-conferences, such knowledge-based webinars. So to use, and for example, if academia know how to detect chat GPT based assignments, then they don't need to worry about that one, because the teacher is already familiar to such conferences that there is a solution for that one. So though some US-based universities already inform the student they've detected, then ChatGPT based assignments will be punished. So hope that answered your question.
Thank you, Dr. Imran sir, for detailed answering to the audience question. Also, thank you to the audience for being interactive with our keynote speaker. Now, there will be a short break for 10 minutes. Then we will begin with our technical sessions. All paper presenters, please be ready by your end. And here I declare the end of inaugural session. Thank you all the audience. Thank you, Dr. Imran sir.
Thank you so much for inviting me again.
Hello, Rajashree ma'am. Hello, hello, hello.
Welcome back all dignitaries and participants present over here. Moving ahead with our today's technical session, I would like to introduce today's session chair. We have with us Dr. Swati Vitkar. She has completed PhD and MPhil in computer science. She has 20 plus years of professional work experience in the areas of teaching and 5 years of experience in running proprietary business. She recognized PhD guide of JJT University, Rajasthan. She is member of Board of Study of Mitibai College, Mumbai. She is member of Board of Studies of Kirti College, Dadar. She has published more than 35 research publications. She is recipient of 6 national and international research paper awards in the area of computer science. She authored 2 books in the areas of Unix, Linux, and data mining. Welcome, Dr. Swati Vitkar, ma'am. Along with ma'am, we have one more session chair, Assistant Professor, Dr. Anjali Kulkarni. Dr. Anjali Kulkarni completed MPhil and PhD in computer science from Mumbai University. She has attended conference and a workshop. She has published almost more than 17 research papers in national and international conference. She is currently working in CKT College of Arts, Commerce and Science College, Panvel. She is IDOL MCA coordinator. She is examination committee member. She is BOS member of KBP College, Vashi. She is co-guide for JJTU Rajasthan College. Welcome to you, Dr. Anjali Kulkarni, madam. Both the session chairperson will be reviewing the technical sessions through YouTube streaming. I welcome you both to our international e-conference. Now, I request all the participants to be ready with their presentations.
तेव्हा एकाच एचओडी होता त्यांनी सुट्ट्या दिल्या मी गेल्यावरती तुम्ही होतात तुम्ही सुट्टीवर गेलात त्याच एचओडी ना मग
Now I request Mr. Prashant Chaudhary from GN Khalsa College to present his research paper on optimization of electrical energy through floating solar panels with sun tracking. Over to you, Prashant, sir. Prashant, sir, are you there? Yes, Prashant, sir. Is next participant available? Ms. Manju Pillai. Is next participant available? Manju Pillai.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Vinith Minde, are you from? Yes. Okay, next I would like to request Mr. Vinith Minde to present his research paper on IoT-based road safety alert system. He is from Dept Mahansinji Chavan College from Arts and Commerce College of Silvassa, India. Over to you, Mr. Vinith. Mr. Vinith, you please present your PPT by your end.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So my name is Vinit Minde. I am pursuing third year in Bachelor of Computer Science. Today my topic is Alert to Alive, a road safety project, which theme is IoT based. These are the table of the contents of my project PPT presentation. So as you know, in India there are a lot more accident occurs due to increasing of population. No one is tr- uh, no one is following the traffic rules. So this leads to pedestrian crossing accident and many more. So some even might lead to death. In last 5 years, there are more than 24 lakh people around in India, which leads to death, according to MOF. In 2020, more than 60 lakhs, 30 lakh, 3 lakh people are accidentally report, and in that report, more than 1 lakh people have been dead. So in my project is based on IoT, which is cost-effective project. The topic is Alert to Alive, which carries three protocols and which works on Arduino and IR sensor and servo motors. So this project contains two topics. First is blind curve and the second one is pedestrian crossing death, which leads to prevent pedestrian crossing death and blind curves death. In according to MOF, the top two countries which occurs most occurs accident are Tamil Nadu and Uttar Pradesh, where more than 50,000 people are dead in 2020. In according to MOF, more than 3 lakhs people are be dead to overspeeding and jumping in red light. There are two protocols in my project. First one is pedestrian crossing protocol, which a autonomous stopper is being held up a wall-like structure so that car cannot be passed through pedestrian when there is a red signal, and vice versa when there is green signal, a pedestrian can't cross to pedestrian crossing. The second one is the blind curve, where I have used IR sensor in which car can alert through red light so that the driver can be seen that front car is coming from her side or his side. These are the circuit diagrams and the components I have used, in which the first one is three servo motor are being used which are connected to Arduino, and LEDs are being used. In the second one, two IR sensors and LED bulbs are being used which are connected to Arduino. The conclusion of this project is which will prevent us zebra crossing accidents and blind curve accident, which will minimize the risk factor of road, and which It is a cost-effective project. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Minde. Participants are requested to put their queries in chat box. Moving towards the next presentation, I would like to request Mr. Prashant Chaudhary from Khalsa College to present his research paper on
Hello, am I audible?
optimization of electrical energy through floating solar panels with sun tracking. Yes, sir,
Hello,
you are audible.
am I audible? Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Sir, you can present your PPT now.
Yeah. Now, can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
So, good morning, everyone. Good morning, panel and all the colleagues. I'll be presenting today on important topic called as optimization of electrical energy through floating solar panel with sun tracking. Now, we all know that there is a deficit of energy in across the globe. So, the idea is to have more electricity generated through solar panel. But this idea is just not generating solar. I hope I'm audible clearly. Hello.
Yes, sir. Audible, audible.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Yeah. So it is just not a solar panel, but then what kind of different techniques and what kind of improvisations we can do in order to create more and great amount of energy through optimization into different kinds of panels. So basically, it's a sun tracker, and all of us know that solar panels are leading component in electricity generation today. And basic theory behind the generation of panels we all know. So straight away, I would take you to the research methodology. As we know that solar panels generally are mounted as a static part, and so whenever suppose since sun is rising in the east and it will travel from east to west, so the amount of sun energy that is falling on the panel keeps on changing. But the idea here is to track sun, to follow sun with the help of solar tracker. Okay, so the point is we are moving solar uh, panel such that it follows solar sun from east to west continuously. So the standalone PV system is used in a way to run LED as loads with floating panels and sun tracking. The optimization of electrical energy is achieved. The aim was to keep panel cool to avoid loss of space. Now here, when I show you the exact picture, you'll come to know the experimentation that we have planned. A planned energy analysis and sizing was done in PV system. So basically, this experiment was conducted in RA colony of Powai, wherein we had a moving solar tracker which follows the sun. The requirements were we had taken a size of 100-watt panel along with charge controller, and lead acid battery was used. The intelligence used was the latest microcontroller along with ADC, and the sensor was LDR, which is LM35, and series of RGB LEDs were representative of load. So because we wanted to know if it is working, so the load used here was LED. And for moving the tracker panel, sun tracker panel, we had used a hydraulic system for the purpose of tracking. Now these are the actual picture. If you see, it's an pond in RA colony, wherein we had mounted it on the panel. So actually, it is a robust work of around 2 to 3 years. You can see that it's a panel which is mounted in the water pond, and behind, if you see this particular part here, we have injections and hydraulic system which keeps it moving and following its sun. And along with that, we have also used one app which is giving you different parameters like temperature, power received, and the battery left. Along with that, if you make it complete, like when sun goes down, So it will glow this illumination with the help of LED. So any kind of villages or any kind of rural place where there is a shortage of electricity, we can use to illuminate different ponds or stable water. Now to begin with, the tracing arrangement will be at relax mode after the congregation of every apparatus including sun sheet. So let me just explain it from here itself. So at the start, this will be stable. As soon as the sun comes towards east, it will try to move this entire panel towards east. And here at the four corners, we have got four sensors. So whenever there is a voltage difference, suppose if the sun is moving from east to west, so there will be a voltage difference and then it follows the sun. So the moment of tracing scheme can be easily adjusted according to the requirement by controlling the discharge. This results in sun waves at right angles to the sun sheet, accounting in the exploration of more energy. As the tracing scheme touch its concluding location, it can be again brought back, reset to its original place, either by physically or by means of sensors or devices. The various steps required for working of MSTS are following. In the beginning, fill the inner container with working fluid. The working fluid may be water or an oil. So what happens is beneath this, because interior picture is not taken here. So if you see, there are injections kept on four sides of this panel. So what we do is we fill them with some kind of oil or water. This can be done using sensors or timers and pumps on large scale purpose, or can be manually or small scale for household purposes. So again, as I told, tracking system will come in its initial position. After this, the liquid begins to release from interior vessel via discharge tube and will be collected as in the external vessel or the pump. The liberation can be simply limited by using liberation stopcock. So due to the discharge of fluid, the water level inside the container will start to reduce and the panel starts to move and follow the sun. Then the components used are 100-watt solar panel. It's a high efficiency solar module. The solar panel comes along with built-in pass diodes. This is to stabilize the system performance during partial shading condition. So this is the most commonly faced problem, that there's a shading problem, but then by means of use of such high class solar panels, that problem is avoided. Hydraulic cylinder, we have manufactured this hydraulic cylinder by using an acrylic pipe, so that mechanics is done in order to move the tracker. Now the main use of circuit is to take power from solar panel and transmit it to the hydraulic cylinder and to achieve the required tilt of the solar panel. So it's a two-way axis solar tracker. Advantages: sun following system produces more power compared to their still equivalent due to increased coverage to the sun waves. Since we are not having a still kind of solar panel, stable solar panel, and we are having a sun follower, so that is why we are able to generate more electricity. So during the practical experimentation, it was found that this change can be from 40 to 45% more generation of solar panel. The installation of dual axis is cost effective as return on investment is significant. So whatever amount you are investing, that can be easily obtained in a couple of years. These sun followers provide a realistic solution in case of limited power capacity of the connection to the grid. Conclusion: finally, the project is dual axis solar tracker. Now the prerequisite to understand the insight of project are familiarity of circuit system, power electronics, microcontroller, electric machines, solar energy, and mechanical design to design and implement the system. The primary objective was to examine and discourse a wide range of multifaceted problem and to uncover to recent green energy technology. As we know that there is no one size fits all approach to the difficulty, and a negotiation must be made on total price versus dependability. After having worked rigorously on this project, following are the key learnings of software design: indulgent to the use of sun-based sheet to carry a charged battery and the working tracing scheme. Now, future scope of this project may involve implementation of control algorithms such as PID control, fuzzy logic control, as well as IT-based automation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prashant Chaudhary. Mr. Prashant, there is a question from our session chair. In case of rainy season, When there is a low amount of sun rays, then how your solar tracker works? Over to you, Mr. Prashant Chaudhary.
Yeah. 1 second, 1 second. I heard the question. Now, as I told you, since the solar panel that we've this ordered built-in bypass diodes. So during shading conditions or whenever there is cloud, so it takes care of that thing and it automatically grabs more energy than required. Okay, and obviously we have battery with us. So as soon as there is some amount of energy or sunlight in the sky, we are able to capture that energy and we are storing it in battery for future use. And just let me just go back to this because uh, the project also, if you see, it is put into water pond. It is just not a normal solar tracker or the solar tracker which is tracking it on ground. So we are also having it covered. It can rotate into entire the pond or stable water. And also when you cover the pond with solar panel, it will avoid evaporation and it will also not use the land that is required to mount an solar panel.
Thank you, thank you, Dr. Prashant Chaudhary and Dr. Anjali Kulkarni.
Thank you, ma'am. Any other questions if you have, I can maybe.
I think there is no any question.
All right.
Thank you so
ma'am.
much, sir. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
Moving toward the next paper presentation, I would like to request Sri Vidyashankar MH, Assistant Professor and Head Department of Computer Science of Sahyadri College from Shivamogga, Karnataka, would like to present his research paper on IoT-based river water quality assessment. Over to you, Vidyashankar sir.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. Sir, you can present your
I will
PPT.
Yeah, just sharing it. Are you able to see my screens?
Yes, sir.
No.
Yes, sir. Your screen is visible.
Okay. But one moment, just I'll connect it and I'll get back to you.
Okay, sir.
Madam, I'm
Yes,
getting
sir.
some problem. Just I'll present after completion of another one, madam.
Can I share your?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. That will be good.
Yeah, okay. Just ask me to the next slide.
Okay, sure.
Is it visible, sir? Is this visible?
No, no, ma'am. No,
No, madam.
Okay,
No.
wait a minute.
Yeah.
Please continue, sir.
Good afternoon. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Vidya Shankar MH, Assistant Professor and Head Department of Computer Science, Agri Science College, Shumaga. I want to present a paper regarding IoT-based river water quality assessment. First slide, madam. Next slide, please. Okay. River water assessment plays a major role in green globalization. Quality needs to be monitored in real time for the convenience of utilization. In this paper, we are focusing to design a low-cost efficient system using IoT for real-time assessment of Bhadra River water at one site. Several sensors is used to measure the temperature, pH, turbidity, TDS of water, and the measured values from the sensors can be processed by the core controller. Water is one of the most important elements on the planet, and water is needed for all plants and animals to survive. Water is a vital necessity of living organisms. Without water, evolution of living things is not possible. So, in terms, water is the main object used in the domestic purpose, agriculture, and power generation, and in industries. The increasing rate of industrializations and the gradual population increase in the recent decades have caused an extensive increase of the freshwater demand. Next slide, please. The availability of water was the primary concern of earliest civilization, and increasing the population is made us to find the fresh water, and utilization of the water is also very much important now. So now, as we are moving with the technology, it is playing an important role in our life. Everything is automated and makes every data and information to be available in the fingertips. So in this paper, we have two main concepts. One is using of Internet of Things and assessment of water quality. The next slide. Internet of Things is a network of physical devices regarding vehicles and home appliances and other items embedded with the electronic software, sensor, and actuators and connectivity, which is enable these things to connect with the exchange of data. Water quality monitoring is a method used to check the water parameters to identify the trends of change, pollution level, and thus help to decide the implement the pollution control of system. Water quality monitoring, control of a swimming pools, ponds, and other man-made water bodies are also important to safeguard the public health and thus in the general interest of the environment of society. So main aim and objective is to assess the Bhadra River water using IoT and to assess real-time monitoring of water quality. What are the methodologies I am using is orthodox method is nothing but a physiochemical parameters analysis for water assessment. Water samples to be collected every month from different stations for the study area. As we are using IoT to examine the above physiochemical parameters, we are using sensors to measure the temperature, pH, turbidity, TDS of the water. The measured value from the sensor can be processed by the core controller. An Arduino model can be used for as a core controller. And finally, the sensor data can be monitored and viewed in a mobile or PC over the internet. This is our design. We have 4 sensors with a display and Arduino board. which is connected to the mobile or a PC. So what will be the outcome of this particular design? We are going to get immediate data continuously as we are using IoT through the internet. We are getting the data at one particular site. We are doing it now, and heavy poisonous metal can be present in the water which emerges from the factories. So to avoid leaching into the groundwater, this water should not be routed into the segment areas on the way to the treatment. For managing the harmful pests, an advanced pest management technique is used, and hazardous substances are rarely used. These chemicals should only be used when need. There is a distribution should be targeted, and they should not be applied right before the rain is scheduled. Just the minimum level of fertilizers must be used. This will aid in the prevention of soil properties also. So what are the scope of this particular paper is nothing but detecting more parameters for more secure purpose and assessment of river water in different sites, increasing the parameters by addition of multiple sensors, upgrade the data to cloud so that we can get the real-time assessment. And finally, the conclusion is, as we mentioned in this paper, our aim is to assess the river water quality through the IoT. The scheme is adaptable and economical because we don't need much laborers to get the data continuously. With the help of above mentioned sensor, we can assess the water characteristics easily and continuously, which gives a good result to maintain a river ecosystem. The system can monitor the water quality automatically, and it is low in cost and does not require more labor. The water quality assessment is more economical, convenient, and fast. The system has good flexibility, so it saves the time and money. Thank you.
Thank you, Vidyashankar sir.
Thank you, madam.
Moving toward the next presentation, I would like to request Ms. Rashmi Gera from the Manav Rachna International Institute of Research and Technology, Faridabad, to present her research paper on a literature review of crop yield prediction. Over to you, Rashmi ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is it visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. A very good afternoon to all the dignitaries and my colleagues. I am Rashmi Gera, a research scholar from Manav Rachna International Institute of Research and Technology, Faridabad. My paper is a literature review of crop yield production.
Sorry to disturb you, ma'am. Will you please play slides from your end?
Oh, sure. Is it okay, ma'am?
Actually, full screen is not visible. You can click on slideshow. The cup
It's a slideshow, ma'am. It's a slideshow. Let me share it again.
Yeah.
Is it okay now?
Yes, ma'am. Till now, your slide is not in a full screen. See at the taskbar, you can see that cup symbol. You can click on that cup symbol at the bottom of your page. Did you present sharing whole entire screen with us?
Okay. Is it fine now?
Yes, yes.
Okay. This is the table of contents of my paper. We will discuss it one by one. Let's start with the abstract. The IoT is a technology we used in the area of smart environment. I will talk about here the smart agriculture, the crop yield prediction. Agriculture has a significant role in the growth and evolution of any civilization. In India, most of the inhabitants depend on the agriculture industry. Due to an increasing number of population, food demand is also increasing. IoT, smart agriculture, basically is a high technology system for clean and sustainable farming. This is the application of modern ICT in agriculture. Crop selection has a beneficial effect on agriculture planning. Crop selection depends on a number of parameters like soil quality, pH value, temperature, humidity, rainfall, and other relevant factors like market price, government policies, and production rate. The improvement of the agriculture field will lead to a stronger economic situation in the countries. Using various emerging technologies and trends like IoT, cloud computing, machine learning, and deep learning, AI, and data mining techniques, dramatic positive growth can be observed in the agriculture sector. This is essentially a question of solving farmers' agriculture problems. This paper will present a relative analysis of crop yield prediction, focusing on their methodologies, advantages, and disadvantages. Next is introduction. IoT is a state of art technology for the surveillance and control of devices all over the world. According to the World Bank survey, it is estimated that over 50% of food needs to be grown by 2050, according to the current population rate. Due to the current climate conditions, it can be challenging task. So crop yield can be enhanced by introducing IoT methodologies for smart agriculture. Light, water, pH, soil moisture, and nutrients are essential components for the soil growth. The lack of adequate facilities means that a secular farmer in a developing nation cannot test the humidity, temperature, and its other parameters. Smart agriculture aims to transform the entire agriculture process into a field of automation in which humans are more involved. Many types of sensors, IoT sensors, are used to record environmental variables and parameters that are essential for crop predictions. Typical environment parameters include temperature, humidity, CO2 saturation, moisture and temperature of the soil, and light intensity can be picked every 5 minutes. The focus of this research is to predict the crops using essential parameters so that farmers can easily predict the particular crop for their yield according to the data collected. Next is crop yield prediction. Crop yield forecasting is significant for food supply around the world. Predicting yield is mostly useful to farmers in terms of making economic choices and deciding which crop to grow in which environment. Predicting agriculture yields is one of the most difficult tasks of farming. Perfect knowledge of yield before harvest is a desire that has endured humans since the beginning of farming. It plays an integral role in global, regional, and on the ground decision making. Decision aids models are widely used to exact important trait from the crop of predictive purpose. Crop yield forecasting is based on soil, weather, environment, and different crop parameters. Smart farming focuses on managing information system, monitoring variables, rate technologies, and coping with mutual and internal fluctuation in cropping systems. The benefits of smart farming include improving crop yield and quality while reducing environmental impact. For this, data mining, machine learning, deep learning methodologies such as multivariate regression, decision trees, and association rule mining, artificial neural network, etc., have recently been used to forecast crop yields. The first is data mining. The data mining is a technique to filter out meaningful data from huge amount of information. In the agriculture sector, where farms, owners, and enterprises have to make numerous decisions every day, the divergent elements affecting them are complex. The actual yield calculation for many crops responsible for the planning is a vital matter for crop monitoring. Data mining algorithms and methods are an important factor in attaining viable and wonderful solution to this issue. The following are the various data mining algorithms and techniques. The first is classification. Classification basically a supervised learning technique that provides the estimation of a class label from a collection of training data. The classification of data entails both learning and classification. Its results are being used to verify the classification rules for correctness. The next is clustering. Clustering, unlike classification, it is an unsupervised learning process. In this type of data mining technique, no classes are known ahead of time. It entails categorizing things into grouping based on the effects and figures that characterize these items and their interaction. The next is prediction. It entails identify patterns from data can be used to make reasonable predictions for the future. The regression technique can be used to predict the future. The next one is association rule. It is used to find meaningful connections between items in a big set of data. Techniques and methods for association rules must be capable of creating rules with a confidence level of less than 1. The last is neural networks. A neural network is a collection of interconnected input-output modules, each of which has weight. Neural networks excel in detecting trends and patterns in data, making them ideal for predicting modeling. The next we will talk about the machine learning. Machine learning is a field of learning focusing on guiding computers on how to understand without being pointedly programmed. Machine learning is a technique to guide machine on how to better handle and process the data. Some of the machine learning algorithms are supervised, unsupervised, and reinforcement learning. The supervised learning is the algorithm that needs extend aid and investigated as the supervised machine learning algorithms. The supervised learning task is responsibility that matches and in and out from an example, input and output frame. It assumes a function from labor training data is formed a collection of instruction examples. Next is unsupervised learning. Unsupervised learning is so named because unlike supervised learning, there are no right answers. Unsupervised learning methods draw out a small number of attributes from the whole data. When fresh data is provided, it identifies the class of the data using earlier learned features. Unsupervised learning is mainly used for reduction and clustering of features. The next is reinforcement learning. Reinforcement learning is a machine learning technique with supervised and unsupervised learning. It is a kind of machine learning that focuses how software representative should behave in given surroundings or environment in order to optimize a metric of accumulative reward. Next, we will talk about the deep learning. Deep learning is a component of AI, and it represents the processes and structures of the human cerebrum. The neural network is the main framework of deep learning, which is treated with the hidden nodes to increase learning. It increases the harvesting services, where AI assisted devices were implemented and supervised utilizing drone system controlled by the IoT. Deep learning employs several varieties of neural networks and their combination to determine agriculture yields and categorization of their techniques. Some of its techniques are deep neural network. that is a form of artificial neural network that comprises of multiple layer connected by a mathematical function between the input and output layers. Next is deep reinforcement learning. DRL is a type of reinforcement learning that involves an agent interacting with its surroundings. The agent assesses the current state of the environment and takes steps to improve it. Next is CNN, that is conventional neural network. It is a sort of neural network that can be used to analyze images, time, and data and videos. Next is recurrent neural network. It is a directed graph is formed by connection between the nodes. The prior step output is used as an input to the subsequent step. This also does the same thing for each member of the input sequence whose outcome is determined by the previous value. Next, this is the literature review of my work. The first is by Akanksha. The paper name is Classification Yield Prediction in Smart Agriculture System Using IoT. In this paper, she adapted the technology Adaptive Care Nearest Centroid Neighbor Classifier, enhance the predictive system with the lower value. But the disadvantage of this is a very complicated model for planning, management, and construction of global IoT technology. The next is implementation of LoRaWAN based smart agriculture decision system for optimum crop yield, in which WS based technologies and LoRa based technology is used. Basically is a radio technology that reduces the labor cost, increases the system accuracy, and a low cost system. And the disadvantage of this is suitable for restricted area and cannot retrieve data from an encryption sensors. Next is an improved multi-layer perception approach for detecting sugarcane yield production in IoT-based smart agriculture, where multi-layer perception algorithm is used to the proposed system has the greatest accuracy of 99%, but it is very complex approach. The next is applicability of wireless sensor network and IoT in saffron and wheat crop. That is a smart agriculture perspective, where a Zigbee, WSN, and Wi-Fi modules are used, where the farmers are able to solve their irrigation, temperature, and humidity problems. But these modules can focus on only limited crops. These all are can I explain the everyone, because I have 27 literature review papers.
Yes, Dr. Anjali. Is it required to explain all the papers?
No, there is no need.
Okay, ma'am. Then these are the 27 papers I have reviewed for this. Then the next part is what are the influences on crop yield? There are so numerous parameters, elements that affects the yields of crop. These are some of the following figure. I have shown the factors that may influence crop yield production, like climate factors, that is temperature, solar radiation, rainfall, wind speed, humidity, droughts, and floods. Then the soil factors have soil moisture, their pH value, density, thickness of soil layer. Then the crop management factors, these are seeds types, seeds rate, date of sowing, irrigation, fertilizer, diseases, and pest. The next is a conclusion. The comparative analysis of crop yield is reviewed in this paper. Although so many techniques and methodologies are used to solve different crop yield issues, still there are some problems that needs attention. Different techniques like data mining, machine learning, and deep learning is also discussed. These techniques are widely used in agriculture field areas and how can be utilized to make farmers' lives easier when performing particular farming tasks. These techniques have the potential to improve not just the efficiency of farming processes, but also overall productivity. Next, these are all the references I have gone through for this paper. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Rashmi. Before moving towards the next presentation, I would like to inform all the participants that the live presentation is already going on YouTube streaming. You can check YouTube streaming by the given link provided into the WhatsApp group. Next, I would like to request Ms. Shweta Pandey, undergraduate student from KLE College, Kalamboli, to present her research paper on latest technique being used for plant disease detection. Over to you, Shweta.
Thank you, Rajashree ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. So, first let me share my screen. Is my screen visible to you?
Not yet.
Okay, okay. Ma'am, now is it visible?
Yes.
Okay. So, very good afternoon to one and all present.
Shweta, will you please make a full screen?
Yes, ma'am. Is it visible now?
Share entire screen so that your full screen will be visible to us.
Okay, ma'am. Now is it visible?
Yes.
Okay. So, a very good afternoon to one and all present here. Myself, Shweta Pandey from TYBSc IT, and my research topic is latest technique being used for the plant disease detections, completely under the guidance of author, Assistant Professor Sayma Natekar, ma'am. So, without wasting the time, first we'll be starting with the introductions. As we all know that the world in the 21st century is moving towards the automations, and one of the feature of the detection is at the forefront to these changes, which leads to revolutionizing the world with the power of artificial intelligence. Agriculture is one of the most fertile industry which contributes around 20% to the total GDP of the world, and which is also helping our world economy to raise to a greater extent and a height. So in these fields, researchers have tried a lot to use the existing technologies like the deep learning models for detecting the plant disease, because due to the existence of this dangerous disease in plants, they are causing the plants to stop their growth, and leads to very harmful, like the very less productions in every year. So researchers are using these technologies to implement the powerful model for detecting the objects, and even the special dangerous disease in the plants. So leaf detection is basically one of the technique of deep learning models we are using for the computer visions, and it is one of the most powerful techniques we are using for detecting the disease. Then deep learning model is one of the technique of artificial intelligence we are using, which use especially the image recognitions for detecting the objects and even the disease in the plants. Moving ahead with the objectives, when we talk about the objectives of our paper, is very clear that the whatever model is being developed, it should be able to detect the disease in the plants in their early stages, so that we can rectify and give the proper measures to counter those attacks by these diseases, and get the plants proper health, and also to analyze the leaf infections and to give the remedy informations to the users, for which we are using the special applications on mobile software, so that it could be run on any lower or cheaper costs in even a small very lower level. It could be used by the common peoples. Moving ahead with the, as you can see here, this is the stats for the deep learning models being used till now. Most widely used one of the model of being used the VGG net for detecting the object. What it does basically is use the number of the algorithms for detecting the like it creates the 8 blocks for detecting the various sites of any disease, and then it provides the image. Other widely used networks are like AlexNet, GoogleNet, and ResNet, and many more. Uh, this is the interface you can see here. Three interfaces. First is the detection detector, that application detector interface, next step is that you have to set the particular files from your whatever plants you have clicked, and you can see in the third interface here it can be showing like a 11 gray black rod detected. So also we have implemented the national NLP, that is natural language processing, using which you can convert those outputs in even in your regional language. Like if you don't understand the, like especially if we talk about the farmers, they can't every farmer can't know about the English, so they can use even Hindi language, Marathi language, whatever there is regional languages, so they can use those language to know about the particular and crop measures. Going ahead with the conclusions, so whatever till research we have done, we have tried to reduce those harmful effects produced by those insects by producing this innovative and models to detect those insects on the plants. It's an approach, an innovative method to solve the problems faced by even farmers. That is the deep learning, and it is capable of detecting the insects in their early stages of the plants, so that we can get the countermeasures. So these are the references for our papers, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Shweta Pandey.
Thank you, ma'am.
I would like to request Ms. Tanu Sharma, undergraduate student from KLE College, Kalamboli, to present her research paper on high-tech bins for waste management in SMART. Over to you, Tanu.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, Tanu.
Ma'am, is the
Hello, Swati ma'am.
PPT visible? Hello. Ma'am, should I start?
Yes, Tanu. Please view full screen.
Yes, ma'am. Is it visible now, ma'am? Ma'am?
No. Everybody, please share your full screen or entire screen so that PPT slides will be visible in a full screen. Okay, please everybody note this thing. You have to present your PPT presentation in an entire full screen.
Is it visible now, ma'am?
Yes, yeah, it is visible. Yes, Swati ma'am. Hello, Swati ma'am. Okay, Tanu, you can continue now. Yes.
Okay. So, good afternoon, one and all present over here. Myself, Tanu Sharma, and today I'm going to present a short overview about the research paper High-Tech Bins for Waste Management in Smart Cities Using Internet of Things. As we all know, air pollution, climate change, soil and water contamination, and global warming are the major issues world is facing today. And waste is the leading factor causing these types of issues. So, waste is nothing but unwanted or unusable materials. And the factors that are responsible for generation of this type of waste is urbanization, overpopulation, and large scale of migration. So, thus to provide a smart to manage the waste, proper waste management system need to be adopted. So, waste management system is nothing but a strategy an organization adopt to manage, dispose, reduce, reuse, and prevent waste. So, thus our research paper is based on finding proper and smart and also technology laced system that will provide a proper waste management in an efficient way than the old technologies. Uh, Moving on to the introduction of the implementation. So basically, this implementation consists of 4 core sensors that are responsible to detect and track the condition of the waste in the bins. So these sensors include a ultrasonic sensor to detect the fullness of garbage in the waste, the load sensor to measure the weight of the waste, GPS sensor to detect the bin's location, and gas sensor to detect the dangerous gas emitted by this waste in the bin. These sensors are interfaced with ESP8266 unit, which is a microcontroller with a cost-effective Wi-Fi, and it also consists of complete TCP and IP stack. Then this TCP unit will communicate through Wi-Fi and provide alert message to the municipal authority. Thus, the further steps would be taken by the municipal authority to collect the garbage from the nearest bins that is completely full. Thus, providing a smart way to clean the cities and make it more efficient. So, talking about the literature review, the primary data was collected from IEEE paper, research paper, websites, and books. According to the referred papers, like previous research papers on this type of IoT-based waste management system, it was found that the previous systems were more costly and expensive and are more complicated and were lacking to support a large amount of waste and were insufficient to handle a large amount of waste. So these type of new inventions, like completely different technologies used, will help to manage the waste and monitor in a more efficient way than the previous system. These are the images that are showing the lacking of traditional waste management systems. The pictures would be or images would be completely different if this type of smart systems could be adopted and for monitoring waste. Uh, Moving on to the conclusion. So I would like to conclude by saying that we are at the edge of technology where even minute work is done with the cutting edge technologies, and even minute work is done with the cutting edge technologies without even humans present. So adopting a smart way will lead to more more efficient ways to manage and monitor waste. So I would like to, these are my references. At last, I would like to conclude by saying that when we refuse to reuse, it's the earth we abuse. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tanu Sharma. I would like to request Mr. Jagdish Nandev Kate to present his research paper on image processes with pillow and skyscape. Over to you, Jagdish.
Thank you, ma'am. Screen is visible.
No, Jagdish.
Now it's visible.
Yes.
So my myself, Natekar. I'm from SYBCIT. My research topic is image processing with Pillow and SkyKit. Now, what is image processing? Image processing means processing image in this, including many different techniques until we reach our goal. The final output can be either in form of image or either corresponding features of image. This can be used for further analysis and decision making. Psych- Next is we are here using Python libraries, two libraries, Scikit and Pillow, for comparing image processing between Scikit and Pillow. The first is Scikit. Scikit Image is open source processing toolkit for Python language that support uh, large varieties of file formatting and is capable with the 2D and 3D image. This library, largely written in Python, it's built on NumPy and SciPy. Features of Scikit: simple, effective tools for data mining and data analysis, uh, built on top of NumPy, SciPy, and Metabol, and mostly open source, completely BSD license. And next is Pillow. The Python Pillow library is a fork of older library called PIL. PIL stands for Python Imaging Library, and its original library that enabled Python deal with image. PIL was disconnected in 2011, and PIL is support only Python 2 version, and Pillow is supported Python 3 version. Importance of features of Pillow. Pillow build on this addition, adding more features and support Python 3 version. It support large. It supports a large of image file formats such as PNG, JPG, PPM, GIF, etc. From various operation on image such as cropping, resizing, adding text to image, rotating, grayscale, etc. using this library. Here are some features of we are opening in Pillow and Skate. Here median filter and mean filter we are using here. Here grayscale and thread we are using here. Clearly have visit Skykit image is better than Pillow image, and here creating histogram, often color image with Pillow and Scikit. Uh, in image processing, histogram are used to depreciate except reading the image we are working with. First is Explorer, second contrast, dynamic range, saturation, and many more options. By virtualizing histogram, we can improve the virtual presence of an image. Here we are looking for Skykit image is giving a best color contrast and saturation in this image, better than Pillow. Uh, and that next is opening an 8-bit image with both the libraries like Pillow and Scikit. Uh, when we opening the image in Scikit and Pillow, the Scikit image gives us 3 bytes per pixel, but Pillow can give 3 bytes per pixel. It's give only 1 byte per pixel. Here is our conclusion. Scikit image package does the PNG conversion automatically, while Pillow returns you the raw data and leave it into you convert the image into RGB. There are some more modules in Python to deal with image and perform the image processing. If you want to deal with the image directly manipulating their pixel, then you can use NumPy and SciPy. Otherwise, other popular libraries image processing are OpenCV, Scikit, and Methods. Some of the libraries faster and powerful than Pillow. Choose Scikit if you are reading an image for alteration by other science kit techniques such as machine learning. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jagdish. Next, I would like to request Ms. Shreya Jagdale, undergraduate student from KLE College, Kalamboli, to represent her research paper on DevSecOps. Over to you, Shreya.
Thank you, ma'am.
Jagdish, please stop sharing your screen.
Good morning. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Shreya Jagdare. Today,
Shreya,
yes, ma'am.
share your screen with us.
Yes, ma'am. Just a second.
Yeah, continue.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Shreya Jagdare. Today, I'm here to present a PPT about DevSecOps. What is DevSecOps? DevSecOps is nothing but a development plus security plus operations. Introduction of DevSecOps. DevSecOps stands for Development, Security, and Operation. Its approach to the culture in automation and a platform designing and integrate security as shared in an IT life cycle. Methodology. DevOps span is SDL. SDL is nothing but software development lifecycle for planning, designing, coding, building, and testing. Realize with a real-time continuous feedback loop and insight. DevOps is approach of software development. DevOps is nothing but development and operations. Center of an three organization culture, process, and technology and two. Next, advantages of DevSecOps. There are four advantages of DevSecOps. First is reduction of expense. Second is security. Fourth is reducing vulnerability. Fourth is transparency. Next, conclusion. The DevSecOps empower the organization to protect approach to security, and the security is the one of the most approach in the IT companies in the IT lifecycle. It encourages the software developers to integrate the security into their day-to-day life. Thank you.
Yes, Shreya.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Shreya.
Yes, welcome.
Next, I would like to request Mr. Prathamesh Kadam, undergraduate student from KLE College, Kalamboli, to present his research paper on preventing living life, a step towards green IT. Over to you, Prathamesh. Is Prathamesh there? Are you there, Prathamesh?
Hello, ma'am. Prathamesh here.
Okay.
Yes,
हाँ
ma'am.
भैया तुम बड़े लोग बड़ी बड़ी
Just a
बड़ी
minute
बातें
for presentation.
Yes, Prathamesh.
Hello.
Yeah, continue.
Okay, ma'am. A very warm greetings to one and all present over here. My name is Master Kadam Prathamesh Bajra, and here I am presenting my topic that preventing living life a step towards green IT. As from topic, we can know that how should we prevent ourselves from getting harm from the technology, or we can say all the machineries and upcoming. And now, because of technology, our living life is getting harm. So let's see.
Prathamesh,
Yes,
will
ma'am.
you please turn on your camera?
Okay, ma'am, just a minute. Yes, ma'am. Is it visible?
Yes, beta. Make a full screen.
Yes. So, introduction. Technology plays a crucial role in our daily life and has both beneficial and detrimental impacts. Children and teenagers who are still developing may be more negatively impacted by excessive use of technology. Office work, retail, entertainment, television, travel, transportation, and long distance communications are just a few of the fields that have been revolutionized in a recent decades by digital technology. Nowadays, it's hard to find an electrical gadget or a big equipment that doesn't use digital technology in some capacity. However, digital technology also has a very sinister side. Your head hurts a lot and your eyes tingle from staring at screen all the day. Your back hurts from hunching over desktop or laptop while working. Additionally, you are unable to spend more than an hour without checking your phone. Studies confirm that technology does not, in fact, benefits your health in any positive way. However, prevention is essential now since failing to act now could lead to a major disaster later on. So, preventing our living life is now easy through green IT methods. So, what is green IT? A technology of developing and utilizing ecological sustainable computing is known as green IT. Green IT works to reduce the harm that IT activities cause to environment by designing, producing, using, and disposing of PCs and computer-related products responsibly, reducing the use of hazardous materials, increasing energy efficiency over the course of product's lifetime, and promoting the biodegradability of unneeded and outmoded items are some of the goals of green IT practices. The US Environmental Protection Agency introduced Energy Star, a voluntary labeling scheme that highlights goods that achieve exceptional energy efficiencies in 1992, introducing the idea of green IT. Utilizing Energy Star products helps businesses and consumers cut costs and greenhouse gas emissions. Redesigning data centers using more virtualization, green networking, and cloud computing are other aspects of green IT. However, green IT also provides us with prevention of strategies so that in addition to the environment, living things may also be created for a variety of issues. So there are two sides in a toss. As we know, technology is best, but it is also giving a loss. So how technology is causing human life. Not only technology is advancing, but it is also altering how we live. In a very short amount of time, it is assisting us in producing more than we could have imagined. We now have the chance to discover other worlds thanks to technological advances. We can now communicate with people all around the world with, thanks to the internet. Nowadays, sending emails, images, and even money throughout the world has gotten far too simple. All of these things are easily accomplished while seated at a home and with a few mouse clicks. What impacts does technology have on our lives, and what can be done to make them better as a result? Children's growing brains may be more vulnerable than adults' brain to the negative impacts of technology and its misuse. Children utilizing various technology may have unfavorable impacts according to 2018 analysis of several research. Problems like inattentiveness, low academic performance, lack of creativity, delayed language development, obesity, poor sleep, aggressive behavior, social incompatibility, and anxiety, and also addiction of technology. So, green IT prevention method. Every problem begins at a small size, and green computing not only works on large scales. By utilizing technology for right amount of time, getting enough rest, and relaxing our minds from those harmful ongoing digital works, we can protect ourselves from technology. Whenever you plan to sit for an extended period, use appropriate furniture. Avoid using the gadgets excessively since this might cause eye strain. Keeping the appropriate distance from displays. You can't just toss your phone away, no matter how much you might want to. It offers a lot of advantages that improve, simplify, and make life more convenient. The secret is to be deliberate about how you use your phone and other devices. Chat applications, social networking, and other new technologies all have their drawbacks. They might be useful tools, but they can also drain you dry and leave you feeling emotionally drained, worried, and preoccupied. Examine your current patterns and make technology detoxification a top priority if you want to have a better relationship with technology. To regulate your technology use, hit the reset button and create new improved tech habits going ahead. There are several things you can do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prathamesh. Next, I would like to request Mr. Anukesh Pandey, undergraduate student from KLE College, Kalamboli, to present his research paper on e-waste and its management. Over to you, Anukesh.
Yes, ma'am. Just a second. Ma'am, is the screen visible?
Yes.
A warm and hearty good afternoon to respected teachers and all my friends present over here. My name is Master Anukesh Pandey from FYBSCIT, going to represent my research paper on topic e-waste and its management. So let's begin. Abstract. E-waste or electronic waste has been produced in large quantities in this generation. This e-waste is very harmful for nature. It is also very harmful for air, water, soil. The common e-waste is our cell phone, which everyone has one or two cell phones which they use. They doesn't require it as much, but then to some many of them carry two cell phones together. The keywords for my research paper is e-waste, recycling, separation, reduction, eco-friendly, and green computing. Uh, the introduction is the use of electronic devices and gadgets had increased in large quantity, which is very dangerous for high power consumption, which causes global warming as well as e-waste, which is not good for environment and it is also not good for human health. The radiation which come from the electronic gadgets, whether it is laptop, computers, or its mobile phones, it is not good for human health. Around 50 million tons of e-waste is generated worldwide every year, and 2 million tons are, it's almost 20 lakh is generated in India only. uh, uh, Green computing. Green computing is the another name of green IT. The U.S. Environmental Protection Agency (EPA) began this idea in 1992. This organization introduced the Energy Star program, utilizing less energy and hazardous materials are the two main objectives of green computing. $250 billion are spent annually uh, for this program, and only 15% of power is really utilized. Remaining 75% power is wasted. It's We have an example like we watch television, and while watching televisions we use our phones. uh, Actually, we are not watching the television, we are using our phone, and the television is on, kept on. That energy is getting wasted just because we are not watching the TV, we are using our phones, we are chatting and scrolling another apps. So that power which is used for television is totally wasted, uh, which reduce which release carbon dioxide, which is the main problem and cause global warming. What is e-waste? E-waste is abandoned electrical or electronic equipment. This covers both functional and damaged parts. These e-waste contain hazardous compound. If it naturally leak in the environment, it's very harmful. It make up on average more than 2% of all solid waste in Wealth National. uh, how to manage e-waste. E-waste management in India follows a similar pattern. An informal e-waste recycling sector employs thousands of households in urban areas to collect, sort, repair, and dismantle the electronic products. However, there is different situation in advanced countries. There are no concept in India of this electronic equipments and a formal e-waste recycle center. Also, there is not a concept of consumer paying for disposal of e-waste they generated. Recycling. We handle above mentioned issues related to the use of electronic equipment. The environmental scientists emphasize the 3R process, which mean reduce, recycle, and reuse the e-waste. For the development of society like ours, India, reduce use of electronic equipment is not feasible option. We therefore have to emphasize reuse recycle process. This process of e-waste recycle. This is the process of recycling. First process is collection. There are various retailers who collect all the e-waste, and it is collected somewhere. The second process is sortage. The e-waste is sorted. It is separated in a storage room. uh, Third is manual sorting. The metals and useful part are manually sorted. They are separated. Fourth is mechanical separation. The metals which are used, which are in e-waste, is separated, and it is further rebuild to make another gadget. The fifth one is recovery. The all good part which is in good condition and can be used again is recovered from the e-waste, and it is dismantled, and with the help of that part, we another gadget it's made. So thank you, madam.
Thank you, Mr. Anukesh. Next, I would like to request Mr. Bhushan Revne, undergraduate student from KLE College, Kalamboli, to present his research paper on molarity in computer hacking. Over to you, Bhushan.
Yes, ma'am. Hello, ma'am.
Yes, Bhushan, continue.
Okay. Uh, Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bhushan Rebne. I'm from TYBSC IT, and my topic name is Quality in Computer Hacking. The introduction. Uh, Molarity is a term used to describe the strength or potence of a hacking tool or technique. The molarity of a hacking tool or techniques can vary depending on its efficiency and visibility. There are many hacking tools and techniques that are used by attackers to prevent a computer system and the network. Literature and review. Recently, studies have shown that the molarity of hacking activities is increasing as more as and more individuals and organizations seek to gain unauthorized access to sensitive information. This increase in molarity is due to number of factors, uh, including the increasing as of access to hacking tools and techniques to increasing value of sensitive information and growing number of targets available to hackers. The result. The result of their studies suggests that the molarity of hacking activity is significant concept for organization of a sizes. High molarity can indicates a higher risk of a successful attack, higher risk of successful attack as well as greater link holder of a data breaches. This can result in financial losses, report, report, reputation damages, and loss of customer trust. In conclusion, uh, the concept of molarity in computer hacking is an important that is used to describe the strength or potency of the hacking tool or a technique. The molarity of a hacking tool or technique is uh, influenced by several factors, including the so sufficiency of the tools or technique, the target system or network, and the knowledge and skills of the attacker. Important for organization and individuals to better defend it against potential threats and protect their system and networks. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Bhushan. Next, I would like to request Mr. Arun Dhang, the PhD scholar from Sri Jagdish Prasad Chabarmal, Tibrewala University, Rajasthan. He would like to present his research paper on learning management systems, issues and a solution from a student perspective in higher education. Over to you, Arun, sir.
I am audible, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Okay. My slide is visible, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. Very wonderful session is going on, and a number of topics are covered. So I thankful to KLE Society and Computer Department that are organizing such a wonderful international e-conference. My name is Arun Dhang. I am here to represent the learning management system and issues and solution from student perspective in higher education. So basically, this topic is belonging to LMS system, that is a learning management system. That is nowadays, you know that education play a very important role in a human life. This will be means due to this coronavirus or due to this pandemic, whatever the revolution leads to come in a field of the education, after 20 years, that will become very fastly. So government is also facing the number of changes, number of challenges. So government have introducing the new education policy, as well as government has announced nowadays recently 2-3 years back the National Digital University concept. So on the basis of this theme, I have written the paper on the topic of LMS. There are different modules are present. That is a MOOCs is there, LMS session is there, live sessions are there. You also know that there are nowadays Swayam is there, NPTEL is there. So number of tools are present over there. But I am basically focusing on LMS system, and I have to focusing on what are the actual exact impact on the LMS system on the student angle, and also I am focusing on how this especially improve the cost effective and more essential means student perspective. I have to means make research on the that LMS system. So what is the objective of this system is the various methods of higher education system is self-learning methods are available in the during the pandemic. Students are also very aware about the technology. That is a very good thing is that the learning anywhere, anytime, and any content is possible. So we have to focus on measuring the impact of LMS in higher education system from student perspective. So need of LMS tool, why it is required? Because deliver the management of course content, managing the student enrollment, make the evaluation of the student, and also tool is very essential for communication and collaboration of the things. And whatever student have learned, whatever student can be understand, whatever student can evaluate, that will be given in the form of reports and analytics. That is very important systems output is there. And second thing is it is a cellular compatible, means it's run on any platform. And the next thing is it's a adapt the educational various educational platform also is getting adapt. So actually working of LMS is it's a convenient one. Second one is a organization base. Third one is a learning interactively, and it having the facility of feedback. So why we need a research of these things? Because we measure the impact of LMS in higher education system from student perspective. Second, we have to identify the problem faced by student in online education. What is the actually problem faced by student in online education? And third is design and develop the innovative LM system for higher. Means we have also developed a system according to means whatever we research, whatever we getting the problem on the problem we design the system. So I adding some new points in there. That is according to why it is needed, because we having know that the new education policies implemented nowadays. Government also facing a problem, and also government gives a solution that National Digital University for that. Also in last session, means in January month, we know that there is a budget is going on. In the budget, government also sanctioned the budget for it. And also there is a private and foreign players is also going to be enter in the system now this time. So we need a one-stop solution. We need a one-stop solution, and overcome over that. Means I go on forward. I am saying that there is a Sanjay Godawat universities are there. Some private players are there. Jeju University is there. Again, the Byju's is there. So they university also playing the major role, and they have also required this type of system nowadays. So from my point of view, I have suggesting that I have to build the virtual private university. The virtual private university is a having following elements are there. The platform for delivering online number of courses they are delivered. Tools for interactive learning, video conferencing, virtual classrooms are there. Online forums are there. Means students enrollment is given the facility that from student enrollment to up to his degree certificate awarded. Up to that, the all system is going to be run on the that digital private university. So I covered all the points. Thank you. And lastly, conclusion is there. Conclusion is there. My point of view is that uh, the development, technology development is unavoidable and only persistent thing in the universe. So aim of this research is not only effect on finding the effect of LMS on the student also, but also focusing on building the cost-effective, user-friendly LMS system. And in upcoming future, government give the business institution to start the virtual private university, which is help to improve the quality of education and it more cost-effective. Thank you.
Next, I would like to request Ms. Shweta Pandey to present her research paper on social engineering attacks and security countermeasures. Over to you, Shweta.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay, so just a minute, I'll be presenting my screen.
Okay.
Ma'am, is the screen visible properly?
Yes, beta.
Hello. Hello, hello.
Yes, Shweta, continue.
Okay, so thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Swati Vitkar from TYBSC IT, and my research topic is social engineering attacks and security measures. Completely under the guidance of author, Assistant Professor Kuldeep Prabhu sir. So we'll be starting with the introductions. As we all know that over past few decades, the way of living of humans are completely changed. Like we are completely oriented to the digitalizations. But we know that what are the harmful effects of digitalizations on our life? We are talking about the social engineering attacks. Social engineering attack is one of the way to gain the access to the informations from the users. Basically, what happens here, you whatever the attackers are there, they basically secretly install the spywares and other malicious softwares into the users devices, and they get their personal informations, and again after that they start using and misusing those informations for their personal use. Fraudsters are able to trick the peoples by playing on their emotions, getting people to do act before they think, and something people often do an emotional state. It's completely a game of manipulations the attackers usually do. Here you can see the complete scenario how the attacks specially happens. Here first you can see like attackers performs the resonance attacks. First they send the any link that is attached with some malicious activities, and whenever the users open those links very like whenever the users open those links, they get attacked by the attackers, and some they all the private datas are linked to the attackers, and they're starting and misusing those datas. So main objective of our paper is to educate and create the awareness among the peoples related to the technologies that we are using in our day-to-day life. So internet media and its implications on possible cyber crimes. Other objectives are like to understand the principles, goals, and the science of social engineering. It also identifies the ways to protect ourselves from the social engineering and its various possible attacks. Here you can see in this presented stats. These are the stats for the various years starting from 2009 to 22. We have found through our research that the number of research have been increased yearly. How much it's increasing year wise. So you can see in 2022 it's been increased up to 812.67%. So we can evaluate that how much social engineering attacks are being happening in our society and how harmful it is. Various attack methods that they possibly use are betting, catfishing, phishing, quid pro quo, scareware, and many more. So, most common within this is the phishing, and spear phishing. As I told, especially what they do, they send some link to you. When you open that link, some malicious things and some vulnerable things are there, that whenever you just touch the link and open that link, they are able to access all your private data, and you are being attacked, your system is being hacked. So we have to get the security countermeasures against those attacks. So basically, these are the things that you have to do for securing your devices. Like you have to insert the firewalls, pop-up blockers for your Windows and your devices. If you have any request like related to the financial informations or password, you should first of all delete those requests, because if you will click on those, as I said, you will be attacked by those links. Next is that you should be rejecting requests for help or offers of help through the internet media, and don't let a link control of your land. Do not post your personal data or photos or any private data related to your devices or anything on the internet. Do not reveal the sensitive data, and do not avoid the policies and the principles available by the authorities. So this is the conclusion that various social engineering assaults can't be stopped completely, but we can try our best to get out of those vulnerabilities and those attacks. Like we can follow these security measures and these principles to come out of those attacks. If we follow them, we will be safe and our society will be safe. So with this only, these are the references that we use for our papers. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Shweta Pandey.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next, I would like to request Mr. Sahil Sheikh, undergraduate student from KLE College, Kalamboli, to present his research paper on artificial intelligence in medical operation. Over to you, Sahil.
Hello, ma'am. Good afternoon.
Good
My
afternoon.
screen is visible.
Yes.
Uh, and my research paper topic name is Artificial Intelligence in Medical Operations, and the author is Assistant Professor Sayma Natekar, and co-author is Sahil Sheikh. Me. My paper abstract is about my first of all. I want to introduce my paper is Artificial Intelligence in Medical Fields is offering new solution to improve medical operations like diagnostic accuracy to enhance patient's care, and AI is a way of transforming doctors and healthcare professional work, and this is how the AI work as a doctor and diagnose and treat the patients. And my abstract is improved diagnosis and treatment. Means AI provides more accurate results of diagnostic tools and patient healthcare, enhance the patient's care, efficient healthcare operations, and there is lots of automation to save the time and to do the task. And literature review increased diagnostic accuracy means the study of improving the accuracy of medical diagnosis and results like complex conditions like cancer and heart attacks and other related complex issues are in, are accurate, and improving the patient care. AI system can analyze the real-time patient data with with the healthcare professional to potential health issues and improving patient outcome. And there is some ethical and legal consideration, as with any emerging technology there are ethical and legal consideration associated with the use of AI in medical operations. This includes issue of bias and privacy and accountability. A significant amount of research being conducted to to foster and ensure the responsible development and use of AI in healthcare. And the result is improved diagnostics and treatment. AI provides the more accurate than any other human being can't, and treatment plans and AI suggest the treatments we should take the patients to enhance patient care and improve the patient experience with efficient healthcare operations and achievements in medical research. And the last one In the conclusion, the artificial intelligence in medical operations perform the various activity to perform the accurate data related to the patient's outcomes with less time consuming and providing the low cost and reduce the humans and technology continues to evolve. Thank you.
Thank you, Sahil.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next, I would like to request Assistant Professor Prakash Talankar, the Head of Department of Computer Science from Sant Raul Maharaj Mahavidyalaya, Kudal, Sindhudurga College, to present his research paper on exploratory data analysis and data visualization of students' academic performance. Over to you, Prakash sir.
Okay, ma'am. So, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, just a minute. I will share my screen. Okay.
Yeah.
So, good afternoon, one and all, in this one-day international e-conference on recent advancement and exploration in computer applications organized by KLE Societies Science and Commerce College, Kalamboli. Myself, Mr. Prakash Dhankar, working as an assistant professor and head of computer science department at Sant Raul Maharaj Mahavidyalaya, Kudal, located in Sindhudurga district. And I am going to present my paper titled Exploratory Data Analysis and Data Visualization of Students' Academic Performance. Okay. So, as we all know that we are living in the information age, or moreover, we can say that we are actually living in the data age because of the advancement in information technology and availability of smart devices and other smart gadgets. Large amount of data is being generated at an enormous speed, which is of different types also, which is referred as the big data, which is being characterized by three V's, all we know: volume, velocity, and variety, that defines a new problem that we are facing today of big data. Because data is one of the valuable asset for every organization. Every organization uses the data for their business analysis, for making business decisions, marketing purpose, or future forecasting, and for many other business functions. Data is one of the valuable asset for every organization, and that's why all organizations are nowadays storing the data into data repositories. Organizations, whether it is a small scale or large scale, store the data of their day-to-day business activities in their data repositories. But the fast growing and tremendous amount of data collected and stored in these data repositories has exceeded the human ability for comprehension without powerful tools. Because without the help of powerful data analysis tools, we cannot convert these data repositories into the repositories of knowledge. Because data we want to convert into knowledge or insight for future business decision making purpose, for marketing purpose, or for the improvement of the business progress. But without the help of data analysis tools, this cannot be possible. We cannot convert data into information. And due to this, there is a need of data science. Because without the availability of powerful data analysis tools and techniques, our situation is data rich but information poor. We have large amount of data surrounded us, but we have not that much ability or that much tools available to convert that data into information. That's why our situation is data rich but information poor. As a result, data collected and stored in these large repositories are becoming data tombs. Data tombs means data repositories that are rarely visited, seldom visited. And because of these, important decisions are often made based not on the information rich data available in data repositories, but on the decision maker's own perception, what he feel or what he perceive on that particular the decision maker is making the decision. Sometimes the decision may be in maybe correct one or sometimes may not be, because they are not done by doing data analysis or by converting data into information. So because of this, decision maker does not have the tools to extract the knowledge or valuable insight embedded within the vast amount of data. And that's why this widening gap between the data and information calls for the systematic development of data science that can turn the data tombs, the data repositories which are seldom visited, rarely visited, into golden nuggets of information, into golden nuggets of knowledge. Okay. So data science, as we know, data science is a process of applying tools and technique, processes and algorithms to convert the raw data into actionable knowledge. And as a part of data science, EDA is one of the most important steps, exploratory data analysis, because exploratory data analysis means to look for the things that we believe to be there and the things that we believe not to be there in the data. It means, as we know that there are three important characteristics of data. Data to be valuable one, data to be representing the knowledge, the data should be complete, correct and consistent. So these are the three C's that defines the quality of the data: correctness, completeness and consistency. So that you have to ensure whether the data is correct, complete and consistency, and that insurance means you are doing the exploratory data analysis. That's why I am saying that EDA means to look for the things that we believe to be there and the things that we believe not to be there. We believe that there should be completeness, correctness and consistency, and we believe that there should not be inconsistency, inaccuracy or incorrect values. So that you have to ensure, and for that EDA is one of the important tool. It is a part of data science process and represent a way of doing the statistics. So exploratory means your understanding of the problem, your understanding of the data is changing as you go. You are going deep into the data, and the deeper you go into the data, you are understanding more and more about the data. You are extracting the knowledge out of that data, because data is hidden into the information is hidden into the data, and you have to go deep. You have to dig deep. That's why we are saying the data mining. We have to go deep into the data and derive the valuable nuggets of information, knowledge. And as a part of that, EDA is one of the important steps, that is exploratory data analysis. And the basic tools of doing EDA are using different types of plots, graphs, and summary statistics. So it is a method of systematically going through the data, plotting the distribution of all variables using the box plot or scatter diagrams, time series analysis, or looking at regression technique, or looking for all pairwise relationship between variables using that regression or scatter plot. So at the very least, that would mean that computing the mean, median, mode, 5-number summary, or minimum, maximum, upper bound, lower bound of the values, that will help you to identify the outliers also. So the objective of mastery is to give the visual representation of students' academic performance. Thereby, insights, the knowledge obtained will be useful for teachers to plan the teaching learning process accordingly. And second, to introduce the use of open source R programming, a popular tool in data visualization, which is used in doing the EDA, exploratory data analysis. So I have placed two hypotheses also here, that we know that hypothesis means any assumption made about the two data sets. So here I have made a hypothesis. My null hypothesis is that there is no significant impact of continuous internal assessment activities such as class assignment, teacher-made tests, quiz, project, and case studies in increasing the level of students' achievement. And the alternative hypothesis of this one is, I claim that continuous internal assessment activities such as class assignment, teacher-made test, quiz, project, case studies help in increasing the students' achievement level. So I have done the study, and in order to verify both these particular hypotheses and to determine which one is accepted and which one is rejected, I have considered one p-value, that is a significance level, to determine whether to reject null hypothesis and accept H1 or vice versa. So we will study in further in my present. One is accepted. So methodology that I have used, both primary and secondary data is used for this research purpose to satisfy the proposed objectives and the hypothesis of the study. So primary data is collected through arrangement of two class tests for the students, and the secondary data is collected from various variables journals and programming also, because assessment of the student is one of the important activity in every educational institutes. Assessment of students progress and the achievement of learning outcomes, because assessment is any activity or procedure designed to collect the information about the skills, knowledge and behaviors or attitudes of a learner. In present day, most of the higher education institutions are using the summative assessment, which is conducted at the end of the term or semester. But this summative assessment is performed for the purpose of promotion of the students to the next class, to the next level, that is the next class. Though it is essential one, however, it is not helpful to give assurance that all the learning outcomes defined in the beginning of the course are achieved or not, because to their expected level, and because of time restrictions we just have to promote the students to the next level of course or program. Because nowadays whatever syllabus we are using, the syllabus prescribed by the university, we found that it is a outcome based curriculum. Outcome based curriculum means what? When a student learn a particular course, learn a particular program, the university expect that certain level of skills up to the certain desired competency level should be acquired by that student, and you have to verify whether the student is able to acquire that particular skills as the expected competency level or not. So that is the assessment of the outcome based curriculum. But because of time restrictions it is not always possible, and that's why we are most of the time conducting the semester and exam summative assessment. But students performance in exam is one indicator of achievement of the learning outcomes. Students performance in exam is one of the indicator of achievement of learning outcomes. So better performance indicate that learning outcomes are achieved at a higher level, whereas poor performance means learning outcomes are not achieved as expected. So in order to improve students performance in exam and thereby ensure the achievement of learning outcomes, students should always be engaged in some continuous internal assessment activities such as class test, teacher made test, quiz, project, case studies, or project, and so on, in order to increase the level of their achievement. So in my study, I have examined the performance of 60 students of semester 3 from computer science department in two different tests. Initially, without involving them in any internal assessment activities such as class test, teacher made test, quiz, project, case studies, and so on, by involving the same student in some continuous internal assessment activities such as class assignment, teacher made test, quiz, project, and case studies. The students' performance in both these tests is analyzed and compared to explain the proposed objective of the study and to test the proposed hypothesis. So I have performed, then I have imported that data into RStudio, a popular open source software which is being used for doing data science work. All type of data visualization or exploratory data analysis you can perform using RStudio. So I have imported my data in RStudio, and I have used EDA techniques to plot the different type of diagrams to do the exploratory data analysis to explore my understanding about the student performance. So here I have plotted one histogram of student distribution with respect to percentage. And in the figure, we can see that maximum students are achieving the percentage between 70 to 80, and below between 60 to 70 percentage. So this is the distribution of the student. Maximum students are within the range of 60 to 70 to 80, and below that 60 to 70. And rest of the part we are seeing in this particular histogram. So this particular histogram function from R help me to understand the distribution of the students and their performance. In the same way, you can find out the distribution of the student with respect to performance in individual papers. So in the figure, you can see that there are two histograms are plotted. One is indicating the performance of students in paper 1, and other is representing the performance of the students in paper 3, for example. So here you can find out that in paper 1, most of the students are within the range of 70 to 80, but in paper 3, most of the students are within the range of 40 to 50. Means the performance is better in paper 1 as compared to performance in paper 3. So this type of EDA, exploratory data analysis, help you to find out the reason behind why such a varying performance appears. because here we can find out the students of same class, but their performance is not same in two particular paper. The performance is varying. In one they may be performing good, but not in other one. So this unequal performance you can find out with the help of such exploratory data analysis, which will help you to plan your teaching learning activities to improve the performance of the paper in which the students are in the backside. In the same way, you can use the box plot, better technique to compare all the papers simultaneously. So here, 5 number summary, we know box plot gives the 5 number summary of the data. It is one of the important EDA technique, exploratory data analysis technique, box plot, which gives the 5 number summary where you can find the minimum value, maximum value, first quartile, third quartile, and median value, and that indicate how the distribution. Here you can find out the performance in paper one is better, okay, as compared to this one. So testing of hypothesis, after finding the average performance in the exam, some of the subjects average, after finding average performance in some of the subject, and some students are given learning experiences of continuous internal assessment activities, okay, such as class test, teacher made test, project, practical work, and case studies. And after this, student achievement level is tested again by conducting the second test, and the result of both the tests, test 1 and test 2, are compared to test the hypothesis. So here I have done the testing of hypothesis of my research paper, that here I have imported the marks of first test in data set 1 variable, and the mark of second test in data set 2 variable. You can find out there are 60 observations for sample. I have taken a screenshot of that one, and on these both data set I have applied the t-test, statistical test, t-test for hypothesis testing. And in the hypothesis testing, you can find out here level of significance, that is the p-value. So the p-value is below 0.5, and that p-value I am using as a significance level to determine whether the null hypothesis will be rejected or not. So as the p-value is below 0.5, null hypothesis is rejected, and the alternative hypothesis, which states that there is an improvement in the student performance after giving some extra learning activities to them, we can based on the p-value. And here also the mean of both the test is also available. Mean of first test around 69, and the mean of second test above 73, and also the significance level value p. So the conclusion is that the test the performance in the second test after giving learning activities is better, as the p-value is greater than as less than 0.5. So the null hypothesis is rejected and alternative hypothesis accepted. And this is also the 5 number summary of the comparative study of the student performance in both the tests. Okay, performance of the students before extra learning activities and performance after giving the extra learning activities. So in second part, you can see that the performance level is improved as compared to the performance level in first test. So here also with the help of 5 number summary, you can prove that the hypothesis, alternative hypothesis is being accepted. So conclusion of the finding and conclusion and finding of the study, that continuous internal assessment help to check the student progress at every stage of their learning process, and continuous internal assessment also help to identify the advanced and slow learners of your student community, which allow you to special sessions for them. And through continuous internal assessment, it is possible to identify the student area of interest also, and things which student like or dislike. Also because of this repo of student teacher interaction increases, and teachers are continuously involved in student progress check and instructing them about their area of improvement. And considerable hike is observed in the final semester exam result of the students, on which internal assessment is carried out in comparison to their performance in the previous semester exam. And also our programming turned out to be a useful handy tool in doing the exploratory data analysis of my study and performing the data visualization of my result. So these are the some of the references that I have used during my study, the mastering machine learning with R by Corey Lesmister, then data mining concept and techniques by Mitchell Cumber and his co-authors, and the rest of the part. So this is all about my presentation, my study. So thanks to all of you. So if any question you have, you can ask me.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Prakash Salankar. We have query from one of the session chair.
Yeah.
Dr. Anjali Kulkarni want to ask you, have you tried any supervised learning method for data analysis?
Yeah, supervised learning technique classification I have used to find out the student performance, the poor students or moderate student, average student, or uh, advanced learner based on their performance level. Classification technique I can use, okay, which is the supervised learning technique where we can use a training data set to develop the model, and based on that training data set, we can classify the new incoming data.
Okay. Thank you, Assistant Professor Prakash Talankar.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all of you for listening my session. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, I would like to request Ms. Shivani Visure, undergraduate student from KLE College, Kalamboli, to present her research paper on the review of combination of cloud computing with Internet of Things. Over to you, Shivani.
Thank you, ma'am. Just a minute, I'm sharing my PPT. Am I audible?
Yes.
Ma'am, screen is visible?
No.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm
Share your
Shivani Visure
screen,
from
Shivani.
TYBSc IT. My research paper on topic review
Shivani.
of combination. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, now start.
Okay, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Shivani Visure from TYBSc IT. Today, I represented my research paper topic on review of combination of cloud computing with Internet of Things under guidance of Assistant Professor Swapnali Kadge, ma'am. This is the outline of the PPT. So, in past decade years, some people not aware about what is IoT or cloud computing. So now basically IoT is a best part of our life, and cloud computing is a providing and distributed the communication and information to the peoples. Then today's world is the information technology. In normally words, combination of hardware, software, and internet with the cloud computing combined to provide a very huge connection in the world. Cloud computing is the provision of computing services such as a service repository, information processing, meshing of devices, software, survey intelligence, and more. Cloud computing is just like a work mesh topology is also known as mesh computing. So introduction about the is information technology is auto-configured and smartly interconnected in effective manner and extensive infrastructure. And cloud computing is the required availability of any physical and virtual component of limited availability within a computer system, especially data processing and processing capability without direct active handling by the customer. Cloud computing provides services which make it possible to share the data processing devices across the information technology. Cloud computing is distribution of different services through the internet. Cloud computing and IoT is quietly similar but quietly is different from each other. Cloud computing is a store the data from different platform and organization and distributed to other destination. But IoT is a combination or collection of software, hardware which connected to the internet. We just added one graph is here in 2000, which is described connected devices in billions. In 2019, 8.6 people connected to the IoT, and nowadays 2023 is 15.40 billion people connected to the IoT devices. And technology is integrated, so in future also IoT and computer get expanded is to 29.42% billion. So moving to the review and literature, the key provocations that have to be faced with the integration of cloud computing and information technology. Both mechanizations are distant from each other in some outline, but both technologies are in latest trend and develop some special attributes. The right express the cloud computing technology structure, the combination of cloud computing and information technology. When cloud computing and information technology get combined in future, they get very useful and advantageable for the future peoples. So result and discussion is the Internet of Things way and cloud computing is the best field for the future technology. It's combination of hardware and software with cloud computing for storing of data. It's more advantageable and useful if both technology get combined. So finally, conclusion of this project, the paper provides a comparative study what the simulations use of cloud computing with Internet of Technology. Cloud computing will be the age writing technology by 2025 because of its various benefits like security, flexibility, mobility, insight, and many more. This paper presents the future scope of the upcoming technology and their uses. We are adding some references for this research paper. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Shivani Bisure.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, one of the session chair want to ask you. Yes, Shivani, be there.
Yes,
Dr.
ma'am.
Swati Vitkar, ma'am, want to ask you which tools have you used to prove the concept? Which tools have you used to prove the concept?
We can use for hardware and software for analyze the data.
But any specific technology to show the comparison or to compare both the technologies and to show some results, simulated results, to prove that after combining these technologies you are getting better results than the individual. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Shivani.
Okay. Show me your references if you can.
Yes, ma'am.
References.
Actually, ma'am,
Have
I
you
just
used?
studied on this question and give
Yes.
you.
Have you referred any particular research papers to prove the concept or only websites? I
Only,
can see
ma'am.
only websites.
Yes, ma'am. I'm just use
So
the
no any
IEEE.
authenticate. Which IEEE paper? It is not mentioned here. IEEE paper is not mentioned. All are websites which I can see.
Ma'am, I will
I think
study
one
on that later, ma'am.
I think one paper is there, the
Yes, ma'am.
cloud computing and Internet of Things, IoT, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But
Yes, ma'am.
you should have
Yes.
mentioned, you should have written it in different way. This is not the way to refer any research paper. so,
Yes,
so
ma'am.
again, my first question is unanswered. Which tool have you used to compare the technologies, and after combining the technologies you are getting the better results? So how do you prove it? What was the tool which you have used?
And actually, ma'am, we are researching on that research paper. That's why we will not get quietly these tools. But I
Okay,
research on that also.
okay, okay. No problem. Please carry on.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Miss Shivani. Thank you, Dr. Swati Vitkar,
Thank
ma'am.
you. Thank you.
Next, I would like to request Mr. Mahesh Thaigude, a research scholar from Ramshed Thakur College of Commerce and Science, Kharghar, to present his research paper on use of AI in nanocomposites. Over to you, Mahesh Thaigude, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, sir.
Whether my screen visible at all?
No, sir.
Just a minute. Huh? Whether now?
Sorry, sir.
Now it is visible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, yes. Good afternoon, respected
Sir,
guests.
please make a slide
Yes,
presentation.
yes, yes. Good afternoon, respected guests, all the dignitaries, organizer, and one and all.
So still your screen is not in a full view.
Now it is on my side. Yes, now it is visible.
It's not a full screen view. I think you have not shared entire screen.
Entire screen is not working. Not working, that's why.
Okay.
Mahesh sir, please press F5.
Huh?
Hello. Press
Yes, sir,
F5.
yes, sir.
Yeah, press F5.
Now it is okay.
No, sir. Actually, until and unless you won't share your entire screen, it's your presentation slide will not get moved towards.
Sorry. Actually, not working. I am now stop the presenting. I want one more.
Yes, sir. Please share it again and share your entire screen.
Yes. Now it is visible to
Yes.
all?
Yes.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. So, this is my topic, use of AI, artificial intelligence in nanocomposite. Nanocomposite is my research area, and our topic, one day International E-Conference of IT, organized by KLE Society's Science and Commerce College, Kalamboli. So I take this topic, use of AI in nanocomposites. My co-author is Rajendra Patil, madam, head of the Department of IT. So, as we know that today is the age of AI. Today is the age of miniaturization because of portability, easy to use, easy to handle, we can say, and easy to operate machine. So, AI has rapid growth and is completely changing all aspects of our life. As we know, it is today is the fifth generation of computer, and computer we think like human, or we can say in AI, computer or machine or a device work without human intervention. That is AI is a fascinating field of computer which has a great scope as it works automatically without human intervention. AI is simulation of human intelligence processed by machine or computer, as we discussed. AI can define as focus on developing various features of human intelligence in machine or system. It is ability of machine to replicate human intellect, or we can say enhance the human intellect. Then goal of AI is to create system that can function intelligently and independently. Specific application of AI now in various sector, we can say expert system, natural language processing, speech recognition, vision, and many more nowadays. We can say one of the example we take as a Siri or Alexa, or many more applications there are. So the AI programming focuses with the help of, we can say, algorithms. So here three cognitive skills that are learning, processing, and self-correction. The learning process focus on acquiring data. So we require huge amount of data, and that is the in next slide I will explain that huge amount of data and chemical reactions. So how we can algorithm with the help of Python programming, and how it is helpful in chemical field also. So the learning process focuses on acquiring data and creating rules. That is the algorithm. That is the step-by-step solution. Applications and advantages of AI, as we discussed, Siri, Alexa, we take Google Assistant, then personal healthcare services, that is medical field, conversational bots, or you can say chit chats and other things also. For customer service and marketing, robotics, one of the application. Stock trading advisor, directly they advise which area or which field you can invest. Self-driving cars, that is the application we can say. Then advantages, very few here mark, but there are many advantages, many applications of AI. Quickly growing because of process much faster. It makes the prediction very easily, more accurately, and very fast, we can say. There is some just I take. And then this is the field, nanocomposite. Actually, I work on polymer nanocomposite dielectric. So nano technology, as we know, that 10 raised to minus 9, it is work on up to that level, means millimeter, 1,000 parts of, we can say 1,000 part, 1,000 part, we can say, take up millimeter. So nanocomposite are found in nature of multi-phase solid material, where one of the phases has 1, 2, or 3 dimensions, we can say, because it is that material surface area of that material, or we can say surface to area, that is in cubic we require. So 3 dimension or less than 100 nanometer, or structures having nanoscale repeat distances between the different phases that make up the material. Means actually I will explain in paper that there are two, means down to up and up to down, like material how we can choose. So nanocomposite using numerous industries. Various applications are there, such as food industry, biotechnology, energy storage, wastewater treatment, and the automobile industry, etc. Means there are many applications nanocomposite material we can use. Nanocomposite have high surface to volume ratio, and hence that is the main important surface to volume ratio, which unit will be unitless, we can say, and that surface to volume area is important. Hence, have strong mechanical characteristics and making them suitable for application in the automotive and construction sector. Many applications are there of nanocomposite. Composite is nothing but the mixing of more materials. Here we taken other the material I will technology. Basically it is used in used for many different things and in many different fields like computer, because we know the miniaturization, advantages of miniaturization, portability, easy to use, easy to handle, biology sector, medical, medicine, physiology, industry, and other mechanical, chemical field. Every field we can say nanotechnology use. Another such area where the use of nanotechnology has recently been introduced and is consistently demonstrating as mean of maximum success and ease of artificial intelligence. So nanotechnology also used in every sector, and AI also used in every sector. So I mix here. We work on various devices for characterization technique with mechanical, optical, dielectric properties by XRD, that is the X-ray diffraction, SEM, TEM, Fourier transform we can use, AFM, there is the characteristics or properties how to find out the material. So we use this technique. Nowadays, there is wide range of application of polymer nanocomposites such as insulator, packaging industry, energy storage, we can say memory, simply in our computer language. To means how we can store more data, more information in small area. That is the application we can say of polymer nanocomposite and automotive industry, medical field, life science field. That is life science related to drug, tumor, or fracture or joints. So in medical joints, for joints, we can use fracture material, means that polymer material that will be help. We can nowadays see where many applications are there: film casting, fiber spinning, acrylic coating, polyethylene, nylon, PV. Computing is too that it can significantly increase the computing as number of transistors per chip. Means here we FELICITATION technology, as we know very well, that is the very large scale integration. So number of transistors we use more on small area, that is main we can say motor here, and consequently computing power doubles over the predictable period of time as we create a smaller computer, because we as discussed we want, or we can say small area of memory or devices, we can say, that is easy to handle or huge amount of data. Now we here reaction, chemical reaction useful in algorithm that have to be inputs, means how we can say how much amount of that material we take, and that will be help to our in AI. It is help to graph, to plot the graph, and actually exactly how we take the reactions, or which material if we take this amount of material we take, then how it will be helpful. At present, we are luckily surrounded by different kind of machines with artificial intelligence. Examples we here use, as I already said, mobile. Here I also put more examples: computer, AC, biosensor, air sensor, also electronics, energy, and in many fields it is used. So actually, this is the material I use in research methodology. That is the variant technique, and it's nano material I use. One more, that is the boron carbonitrate. And for composite, we use other material, that is the PEEK, means polyether ether ketone, PVDF, that is polyvinyl dinichloride, and PMAA, that is the polymath acrylic acid. So PMAA is a polymer made from methacrylic acid. So these are the material I'm using in this research. So composite material, PEEK and PVDF, as we discussed, these are the colorless organic, or that's actually it is a powder in form, and as discussed, top-down approach, or down to top method, in which we use liquid, means two liquid form of this chemical, and we can form solid with the help of sterilization method. with the help of, we can say, another, that is synthesis, and that will be we generate nanomaterial. So these are the here they given means plastic and resistance is, or how it with toughness we can say, that is the materials. These they are the materials. So there are very applications, many applications of nanocomposite. Battery was discussed, food packaging, then automotive engine parts, fuel tank, thin film computer, computer chips. Chip, there is IC, integrated circuit, by with the help of very large scale integrated, that is VLSI. Then LED, photodiode, photovoltaic solar cell. Solar is the major application area, we can say. Medical applications. So there are many applications. High voltage insulation, corrosion protection, infrastructure, and also earthquake. Just now in today news, there is two, and it will be helpful so that make retrofit or bridges, we can say, of bridges, improved barrier properties, membranes, and there are many applications, electronic computing, lightweight. It is the main area, we can say, lightweight sensor, that is gas sensor, because it is dielectric material, and so this is analysis. A huge amount of data is created, means actually we consider here the more amount of reactions, chemical reactions on the daily basis, which may be very a human to find an analysis, or we can say analysis of data. AI, that is the machine learning, we use to take that data and quickly into information. Means here AI help to chemical reaction, which part or which material you take at what amount. That is the helpful with the help of graph, we can say, or algorithms. So it mostly useful in automation. Once AI becomes used more and more, there are concerns expressed by many people. So it is very applicable. So here is the conclusion. We use AI-based design methodology for improving toughness of nanocomposite materials. Popular Python language we use for algorithms, or we can say huge amount of database, that is chemical reaction for, and that synthesis root of nanocomposite, that will be help to get the result easily. Without using conventional simulation also we use, we are able to predict the material properties of nanocomposite data set of hundreds of combinations of material from finite element analysis, means how we can analyze and use that data. By adjusting the material distribution, the algorithm of AI will help us and allows us to take physical simulation that beyond prediction of properties and maximize the actual toughness. Toughness is the main here, and these are the references I use. And that's the last. Thank you.
Thank you,
Yes,
Milind.
sir. Yes, Swati, please.
Can you just brief me the challenges faced by nanotechnology today? What are the
Yes,
challenges?
challenges faced by nanotechnology, that is actually device, or you can say actually instrument, XRD, TM, or Fourier transfer, or that material, SEM, TM instrument availability, that is, we can say, toughness, or that is challenge. But in the lab, I see in other also, we need to send some sample to the Chennai also. That is a challenge, we can say, as I face.
And what is the future scope?
Future scope, ma'am, it is in IT field also, battery, or IT field also, memory. It will be helpful to make devices, and that will be easy to use of miniaturization. Lightweight, we can say, lightweight of computer, laptop.
Okay.
Yes, because I use dielectric material, and simply we can say one book of 300 pages, and I use the technique where instead of 300 pages of that book, only one page. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mahesh sir. Thank you, Swati ma'am. Next, I would like to request Mr. Kaushal Kundekar to present his research paper on role of geographic information system in developing infrastructure. Over to you, Kaushal.
Yes. Thank you. Hello, ma'am. Is it visible?
Yes. And also, please stick to the timings also. How much time is given, Rajashree?
Max to max 5 minutes are there.
But people are taking more than 10 minutes.
Yes, yes.
So, be in, like, you have to
Yes,
take care of
remaining
time.
participant, please be take care of this thing. Your time limit is only 5 minutes. Yeah, Kaushal, carry on.
Okay, should I start, ma'am? Okay.
Will you please play
Good
your
afternoon,
PPT, Kaushal?
ma'am. Is it not visible? Okay, I will slide show. Hello, ma'am.
Yes, yes, continue.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Myself Kaushal Kundekar. Today I'm here presenting my research paper topic on role of geographic information system in developing infrastructure. Basically, a geographic information system is a system that creates, manages, and analyzes maps all types of data that connect data to map, integrating data with all type of descriptive information. So how it works is like GIS. Normal example will take example of maps, the Google Maps, which will collect the data into that small data and will be presenting to you. That will be first data analyzing it through software, and from satellite it will be collecting the information, and through maps, through your apps or your phone, it will be providing you the information or data. Now its role in developing infrastructures are like it is infrastructure management. Its role is that highly productive environment with latest technology. This application features a very high degree of accuracy. Like even if you have to plan a building, uh, you have to just visualize that what area in today's generation, that maps give you every kind of data for visualization and quality of plotting, so that you can easily analyze what area you have occupied, and so that you can plan your infrastructure, so which is the best tool. And further infrastructure protection, uh, in infrastructure protection, it is about security, that when you have a detail of each and every area, like map through building hospital, for what kind of area you need what kind of security. Like even you can take that example, that earthquake that took place in Turkey, now which is been analyzed through satellite, and you can judge where the people have been affected, so can they reach to that spot. So this is the main role of GIS, which has advanced today's technology. In each and every sector, you need GIS, satellite images, which can easier your further project work. like a real life implementation of GI in shaping infrastructure. So here is how it works. Like it will collect data of each and every site selection, engineering, designing, and providing you through a Google Maps and all. And so here are the literature review, which are the benefits of using GIS that improve site selection, accurate environmental impact assessment, improve project management, and efficient maintenance and operations. So here is the map where GIS has played a very vital role. Like till 2007, comparing 2017 and 2024, uh, like it has been increased. The usage of GIS has been increased. Um, we can compare here various sectors like mapping, surveying, location-based service, telnet, and navigation, where the usage has been increased. So I'll concluding it that this GIS is one of the most powerful tool that minimizes risk and ensure the success to the infrastructure, as it is a indispensable tool that will be continuously using, and also in each and every sector you need this GIS to be for better infrastructure solution. Yeah, those reference through which I collect the data, and thank you.
Hello.
Thank you, Mr. Kaushik. Yeah,
Kaushik, no?
Kaushal.
Yes.
What type of data have you collected for this?
Like what kind of data, that data is been collected, I just go through the sector that how much percent of GIS is being used in collecting those like data.
So from where you have taken that information?
Ma'am, in what sense, like
Means which website? Have you used any secondary data or primary data for that?
I have
How?
used secondary data for that.
From which site? Which site have you used?
Like I just refer through last year IEEE papers, where one in GIS rules in different infrastructure, which was published in 2017, which I have referred that it was in 2017 the situation was different, and comparison to that today the usage of GIS has been increased. So that
So
is.
from which website have you got this information?
That website, like just GIS infrastructure, the
So
project
is
I
it a
have
review
been
paper? Is it a review
searched
paper?
for.
Yours?
The whatever
Uh,
the data I get, I just collect that data and put it.
Is it a review paper? You have done review paper. Uh, do you know which open source tools? Hello, am I audible? Am I
Yes, ma'am.
audible? Huh. Do you know which open source
Yes,
tools
yes.
of GIS are available which can be used for doing some research using GIS?
uh, Open source GIS technique, like those are the in software terms we can have many, like QGIS is there for quantum GIS,
Okay.
uh,
Any
Raj
other?
GIS. Those are some tools I have known. And about quantum GIS, I have studied uh, on that.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Kaushal. Thank you, Swati ma'am. Next, I would like to request Assistant Professor. Yes. Next, I would like to request Assistant Professor Kuldeep Prabhu, the academician from KLE College, Kalamboli, to present his research paper on the trends of intelligent system for online exam in education. Over to you, Kuldeep sir.
Thank you so much, Rajashree ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. My research topic.
Sorry to disturb you, sir. Please present entire screen.
Good afternoon, everyone. Is my screen is visible to all?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so today I am going to present the research paper on trends of intelligence system for online exams in education system that give the good influence of information technology. Very short research that mentioned in the abstract. So many institute and colleges are conducting the online exams, and that's why online exams have risen in the popularity, and most of the institute use this technique and take the good benefits from that online education system. One of the big advantage of conducting the online test is that uh, we are getting the lots of security in the examinations, and we also eliminate the possibilities of malfunctioning that so many times we face it in the online education system because of human mistakes, and human mistakes are the common in the traditional offline test. So that's why the good option is the online exams. So I use artificial intelligence in this online examination system. And there are so many factors of artificial intelligence I'm going to use to evaluate the students and teacher performance. Teachers assess the number of students for the variety of reasons that including discipline, inventiveness, involvement, learning speed, and instructor or obedience, and so on. So students' attention to subject matters and ability to reproduce the student knowledge in the exams is the top priority in the online education system. So most of the significant reason is that teachers should also be able to review the student based on the response and for the questions over the period of time. So some measuring the characteristics in students necessitates the concerned efforts on this part of the teachers who is already overburdened with the personals and their professional obligations in the institutions. We have the great demands for innovative solutions to conduct the online exams. We prepare well for the online examinations, administrator well for online examinations, and organize all the exams properly in the significant manner uh, to uh, which consumes a significant amount of time. So my main purpose of intelligence systems with using in the different way to handling the online exams, like intelligence systems can support 3D printings, societies, virtual realities. So that will become the one of the most useful technology in the next years. And in this paper, the latest trends with the intelligence system is that automations. I implement one automate applications with the intelligence systems whose name is given as Intelli exam in the education system. So that we can specially use for the short test for our institute students. We use some technologies in the intelligence systems. One of the common technique we use in the intelligence system, that is remote proctoring. This remote proctoring technique we use for the voice recognition and facial recognition of the students. So through this methodology, we can get the unique identity of the students, and there is no chances that we are going to conduct the fake examinations of the students in the institute. Second methodology we use, that is on-screen marking systems. In that on-screen marking systems, we evaluate the some uh, secure servers for scanning the papers for reporting and analytics of the jobs and publications of the results. Even we can also generate the question papers through this OMS. So this one of the methodology we can also use in the uh, online education systems. So by using the OMS, the exams answer sheets review can also be made different tools. We can use some kind of Python softwares and libraries. Third methodology we use for the answer sheet. The answer sheets are evaluated using some intelligence systems with the power technique. And in this power technique, we use some automated reading softwares that so that was the one of the big benefits of the intelligence systems. And last methodology we use in the intelligence systems, that is tools for evaluating the papers. So this is the workflow of intelligence system tools for evaluating the papers. Students are getting the answers, script extractions of pre-processing, training model with answers, and evaluations of keywords and grammars. So teachers and students can receive feedback from intelligence systems, how the online education systems can use this online test. So student performance in quiz and test and quizzes then offer teachers with the extensive analytics to every student performance as well as batch overall success. The conclusion of this research paper is that for the short purpose of unit test, the institute will use the intelligence system for online examinations, and online tests are now more secure for the facial recognition and voice recognition of the students. We use some facial recognition algorithms to recognizing the face. So this is all about my research paper. If any questions from your side?
Hello, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you done any experimentation on this? Have you done some demonstration for this?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. I use some of the library files in the Python.
Pardon?
I use some library files of the Python.
Okay. And
That
what
library.
data set have you used? What type of data set?
I use the data set of my college students
Okay.
and subjects that I get it from the uh, University of Mumbai syllabus.
Okay. And then you demonstrated it with
Yes.
proctoring and without proctoring as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And can you just state some limitations of this system? What could be the limitation of this study?
The limitation of the system is that we require the 24/7 good internets
Hmm.
that the institute sometimes cannot offer.
Hmm.
And second limitation is that we use some kind of artificial equipments that will handle the multiple tasks for the online examination.
Okay. Okay. Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kuldeep Prabhu and Dr. Swati Vitkar ma'am. Next, I would like to request Ms. Deola Mascarenas from Pondicherry University to present her research paper on content extraction and analysis from Tamil palm leaf manuscripts. Over to you, Deola.
Yes, am I audible, ma'am? Ma'am, am I
Yes.
audible?
Yes.
Good evening, one and all present here. I
Yes.
am Stiola
Deola, your
Mascarenas from.
screen is not visible. Yeah, it is visible. Sorry. Yeah.
My topic is review on content extraction and analysis from Tamil palm leaf manuscripts. And this is my agenda today. Introduction, challenges in text extraction in Tamil palm leaf manuscripts, and competitive analysis and conclusion. So, as a human being, we have a tendency to record all our experiences and our past knowledges in a material. This has been practiced from our old ages. So the main recording material which was used in the ancient days were predominantly is the manuscripts. So most of the manuscripts are the manuscripts mainly used of palm leaf only. And in all the South Asian manuscripts are made up of palm leaf strips, and which are the sources of this is sources of Asian culture and practices. And today we are living in a digital era. So today the optical character recognition are main predominantly used in all the fields throughout the. Even if you take today's chat, it is also based on NLP and OCR techniques basically, including infused with AL and machine learning. So here is my study about the overview of handwritten characters and recognition. So in the handwritten character recognition, there are classified into two types. One is online and offline. Basically, we have been concentrated in palm leaf manuscripts. It's an offline methodology. So here are some of the steps in that recognition system. First one is image acquisition. So image acquisition is acquiring the image from any material in a digitalized form. And next one is called as the digitalization. Today we have smart devices and scanners where we can digitalize our content which are written in any format and which can be stored in the digital format. And due to the storage capacity, if a data is of large storage capacity, it is difficult to process it. So we compresses the images and then we binarize the data. Why do we binarize the data? Is that for easy retrieval and for easy manipulation. And there are some pre-processing techniques. The pre-processing techniques in image recognition systems are converting the captured image either to grayscale conversion or to binary values, and skew correction, noise reduction, and skeletonization, and segmentation, and threshold and normalizing. So first one is converting the images to grayscale or binarization. Here what we do is that we convert our data into a single matrix value so that the images in the color will be converted into a smallest. And skew correction is that whenever we are capturing the images, they will not fall into the proper horizontal line. So using the skew correction methodology, we will be able to rotate and we will be able to align the characters in the particular image. Then noise reduction, it is for example, if you take on palm leaf manuscripts itself, due to ages and due to physical characteristics, it may be smudged or eroded, and it has too much of noises in the data. So in order to avoid, in order to remove those noises, in order to iterate the data in an appropriate manner, in an eligible manner, we go for noise reduction. Some of the noise reduction techniques are Gaussian noise reduction, impulse noise, Poisson noise, and speckle noise reduction algorithms are used for noise reduction. Then skeletonization. The main thing of skeletonization is that whenever the data is of broader, for example, if you take and if it is of a very thicker image, then what happens, it is not easy to retrieve the data, or it may be having touchings in the other lines of the text. So if you skeletonize the data and if you get the skeleton of the image, then it is easy to identify the characters or the structure of the image into a proper binary value. So skeletonization is used to reduce the binary value regions of a character to make it more crisp characters. Then segmentization is used to properly proportionate the images into individual pieces of characters or words so that it can be retrieved in a very precise manner. In segmentization, we have regional based, edge based. So in regional based means it will be in a particular region, what are all the characters or what are all the binary values will be captured, and that values will be split according to the methodology or the algorithm used for the segmentization. Next is thresholding. Thresholding is used to convert the multi-level images into binary images, and here you have local and global scope. Local means we will be converting a local value into, we will be taking a small region, and in that, what's the optimal value? In using that local optimal value, we will be converting the binary pixel values of the images. Whereas the global value, the whole image itself is taken as a matrix, and that will be converted, and the mean value of that particular average value of the particular image will be taken, and that will be converted into an optimal value, and from that we will be calculating the whole image value. Next is normalization is done to change the pixel intensity value to enhances the images. So this is a basic structure which is used for character recognition systems. And next comes the challenges in these character recognition system. First one is artifacts. Artifacts is nothing but whenever we are getting a particular images, sometimes we will people will be adding some other step so that it is human made artifacts or human made noises to that, or we will be getting a corroded images. So these are all physically present artifacts. Next one is called as touchings. So in this particular images, you will be able to visible that this particular line is been touching the above line on the lower line. So this may not able to recognize a particular character in a particular text. So, and there will be overlapping of characters. You will be able to see here also there is an overlapping of text here. And next one is different character size. And since it is a human written format, there won't be a proper. It is not a machine printed format. So since it is a human printed format, every character can be of different character size. And then the strokes. And the strokes is that there will be in character recognition, the letters are being divided into 3 regions: top, middle, and lower regions. And using that, we will be calculating the binary values of the pixel by different strokes. And then broken and faded characters due to the ages and due to conception of the particular product images, the broken and faded characters will also lead to misconception of the data, and wrong character slicing. So if a particular character is being sliced in a wrong methodology also, the word or the text cannot be extracted properly. And synthetic characters, sometimes whenever we are capturing through the digitalized data, that time some noises will be included based on the lighting effect of the camera or through the scanner or any other digital formats. The noises can be included. So these are some of the challenges in the study. And let us move to the literature survey. So here we see two types of segmentation: line segmentation and character segmentation. So this author has done an adaptive partial projection. Through this adaptive partial projection, you can segment the line, means you can segment the characters in line, and the number of average line positions will be obtained. And using that, we will be finding the height of the text throughout the line, and we will take the maximum and minimum value, and we will take the average value of that particular adaptive partial projection method. This is like an histogram we will be taking out of it, and using that histogram we will be finding out the optimal value, and then we will be finding out the whole text. Means we will find out the particular line, we will segment the bounding boxes can be drawn easily using this. And next one is called as path planning algorithm. This is basically used for robotics to plan for the navigation purpose. But why we are using here is that we used to find out the optimal path of the particular binary pixel values in that particular matrix. So that it will be able to retrieve the text with the full optimality. Next one is horizontal projection profile analysis. This is also, we will be drawing the you can see in this picture, we will be taking the particular character, and we will be drawing the particular character horizontal positions, and then we will be finding out the mean value, so that it will be able to segment the individual characters. Then next one is horizontal and vertical characters. So here what we will do is that first we will take the horizontal projection value, and then we will take the vertical projection value. So that if you take this particular text, then first we will find out the horizontal value of this text, then we will find out the vertical value of this text. So each and individual character can be precisely segmented without any touchings. So here we can avoid the touchings. For avoiding the single touching and the multiple touching, touchings in vertical and touchings in vertical and touchings in horizontal, this methodology proves to be very thinning algorithm. This is also used for thinning the character. So previously I told the skeletonization of the character will able to give the precise character format. So for this we will be using this sandwich thinning algorithm for thinning the characters to get the skeleton of the particular character. When there is more, when in palm leaf scripts we have more smudges in the characters. So in order to reduce those smudges, we uses this thinning algorithms. And here comes the comparative evaluation of CNN. So most of the CNN architectures are used here. So LeNet, ResNet, AlexNet, and DenseNet, and TimuNet. So LeNet was the first of its this kind of research. In that, so LeNet is used for, it is made up of 3 or 5 layers of learning parameters, and it has been set for convolutional neural network for average pooling of the particular characters to be in the data sets. And residual network is used to overcome the vanishing and exploring gradient of the LeNet. It is overcoming the vanishing and exploring gradient in the LeNet. And next comes the AlexNet. It is consists of 8 layers, and there is a 5 layers of convolutional layers, and then 3 layers of fully network connected layers. And this is used for finding out the overlapping pools and overcome the overfitting models. It overcome the overfitting models of LeNet and ResNet. Next comes the DenseNet. It is densely connected convolutional neural network. but it is also same like the ResNet. And then the TimuNet, this is the unique net CNN network which is being designed particularly for Tamil to recognize its characters. And this network is comprised of five convolutional neural network and one connected network. And here this network gives a maximum F measures and precision and recall and sensitivity and specificity in all these when we compare to all these CNN networks. So a detailed study of this analysis reveals that the construction of the letters in different languages needs a unique pattern, and it needs now we cannot use a single algorithm or a single character recognition pattern or any methodology for even for a single language. So we need to deploy different kinds of algorithms and for different sections of the character recognition. And further, if you further, the study has to be moved to NLP in order to convert this model into a natural language processing model. So these are my references.
Thank you, Mr. Steola. Is there any question from session chair?
References are not visible.
Okay. Ma'am, I have 37 references, ma'am. That's the reason I was too small actually.
Just a minute. Which all papers have you used for this?
Ma'am, I have used IEEE transaction papers, ma'am.
Okay. So, can you elaborate more on like why you have used only this CNN method to prove it? What is the significance of this?
Ma'am, I can't get your question actually.
Why you have chosen only this technology to prove the concept?
Ma'am, actually this is a review study.
Have you done? Yeah.
No,
Have you
I have.
done any comparison?
This is a review study. I have done a review on based on the previously available material, ma'am. But
Okay. So is it a review paper? Is it?
Yeah. It is a review paper, but we are been applying towards the geometrical method like B-spline curve methods to obtain the characters. We are been moving towards the geometrical using MATLAB. We are going further to the study using MATLAB.
Okay. So as it is a review paper, that question doesn't have any significance here. So so regarding again I am asking you the same question. Can you just tell me some challenges faced in NLP?
NLP.
Or character recognition.
This character recognition, the basic problem is the touching slur, because and the different character sizes, because it is not able. Whenever if you look into any, not only Tamil palm scripts, if you go for Hindi or any other kind of languages, today we have more digitalized palm scripts. But when we take that particular palm scripts and if you want to recognize those characters, the touchings will give you a problem in recognizing the characters. And since the characters are of different strokes, today we are been following a different pattern of writing language. But when you go beyond the century, the same letters are being written in different formats. So those are the basic challenges we find out in this study.
Okay. Thank you, Stella.
Thank you.
Thank you, Stella, and thank you, Dr. Swati Vitkar, ma'am. Next, I would like to request Ms. Vandana Kadam, the Assistant Professor of V.G. Vase College, Milind, to present her research paper on assessing intrusion detection system. Over to you, Vandana, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am. Yes, your voice is too low, ma'am. Yeah, your voice is too low actually.
Now, am I audible properly?
Yeah, yeah.
I'm sharing. Is the screen visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Screen visible? Is the screen visible?
Yeah, screen is visible. PPT is not visible yet.
Is the screen visible now?
Yeah, your PPT is visible now. Will you play that slides? Okay, if you hold it in a landscape border, na, then it will be more clear to us. Yeah. Hello, Vandana ma'am. Yeah, your screen is blank actually. Just hold it in a landscape manner so that it will be visible to us clearly. May I share your presentation by mind? Yeah, it is visible now.
Audible and visible also, ma'am?
Hello, your voice is too low, ma'am, actually.
Now it's proper?
Yeah, can you enable your rotate option? Can you please turn on that rotate option, mobile rotate option?
Yeah, it's now it's fine. Fine, ma'am. Now audibility is proper.
Audibility is proper.
Visibility is also okay.
Okay, ma'am. Actually, if
Should I
you
make
hold,
it full screen?
yeah, yeah. Likewise, if you hold it horizontally, na, then it will be okay to us.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. It's okay. You can continue. Yes, Vandana, ma'am. You can continue. Yeah.
Myself, Vandana Kadam, Assistant Professor from VG Vazay College, welcomes you all on assessing intrusion detection system. Abstract of my paper talks about that in this paper I have covered, in this presentation I have covered the study of assessment of intrusion detection system, which is one of the important area under the cyber security. And it has covered various types of, from the literature review, it has found that there are the various kinds of various categories of IDS metrics which are being covered by the author. And among this, one of the metrics that is completeness, which is uncovered, which is one of the important quality metrics of IDS. And that completeness factor I would like to cover in this my paper. And objective of my research work is to study the assessment of IDS, various types of metrics which are used for evaluation of IDS, which is an important area under cybersecurity. The concept of completeness is being studied, and the mathematical formula for completeness is being devised and is being measured using the various classifiers. The methodology used for this work is primary data, which has been collected from the in-depth interviews by telephonic interviews, personal interviews from the security expert, and the secondary data, which is used for testing this testing, or what you can say, measuring the completeness and the various IDS metrics using a KDD Cup dataset. Though this KDD Cup 99 dataset, it is a old dataset, but still researchers are using it is because it is a legendary dataset. Practically, from the expert opinion, it has been found. From the expert opinion, it has been found that if the total number of false alarms observed at the IDS is 0, then IDS is a complete. But it could be considered as one of the sufficient condition to be satisfied. And achieving it is not possible practically. Usually in IDS, the number of false alarms less than or equal to 10% of totals are acceptable in industry. These are the various types of IDS metrics which are being found from the literature review from the Hong et al. 2015 paper, the categories of various IDS metrics. These are the various categories of the IDS metrics: information theoretical, probabilistic based, reliability based, proximity based, performance based. Information theoretical, all the characteristic of information, entropy, information gain, compression based, dissimilarity, probabilistic based, similarity score, edit distance, occurrence frequency, likelihood. Proximity based covers similarity score, edit distance, Hamming distance, and the performance based metrics covers the true positive rate, false positive rate, accuracy, detection rate. All these various metrics are covered. The related works to the related work of IDS matrix are completeness says that the completeness can be achieved by providing and accessing all possible knowledge about the attacks or violation of privileges in IDS. Many researchers have given similar view on completeness of IDS. Dennig in 1986 has openly questioned about the completeness capability of the different approaches of intrusion detection, whether the different approaches are detecting most of the intrusions or not detecting any intrusions or significant portion of intrusions undetectable by different IDS method, and the completeness is one of the discovered metrics to the date. Debar et al. In 1999, they pointed out about the efficiency of IDS and can be defined majorly based on the performance, completeness, and accuracy. But achieving completeness is not easy, as it needs full knowledge of all possible attacks, and it is quite difficult to find out the full knowledge of all possible attacks. Despite of all odds, Buyan et al. 2014 noted that the range of attacks vulnerabilities can be addressed by IDS and is represented by completeness. These are the various IDS metrics. These are the various researchers. These are the various researchers who all have used various IDS metrics in their work using different techniques, and the formulas were given, and they have measured that. In year 2015, Duke et al., Falke et al. In 2014, and so on. I'm not going in detail about all those, but these are just listed. So next, these are the various performance-based metrics. Why the performance-based metrics have been covered? Because most of the authors are measured, given importance to only performance-based metrics. True negative rate, true positive rate, false positive rate, false negative rate, detection rate. True negatives are if the abnormals records are being classified as abnormals, then they are the true negative, and its rate of detection is called as a true negative rate. The actual class, or if actual class in the dataset is normal and it is normal, it's been classified as a normal, then it is a true positive, and its rate of detection is called as a true positive rate. False positives, if the abnormal records are being classified as a normal, then it is false positive, and its rate of detection is a false positive rate, and so on. So these are the various performance-based metrics and their definitions. Accuracy, false alarm rate, precision, F measures, overall accuracy. These all things are various metrics which are being used by various authors, and they all have measured this. In this research work, uh, I have tried to define the completeness and devise a formula for a completeness. Completeness is summation of true positives and true negatives equal to population, which makes IDS as a complete IDS. Because all known attacks are predicted as attacks and the normals are predicted as a normal. Ideally, if some of all positives are equal to 0 and some of all negatives are equal to 0, then 100% system IDS is a 100% complete. Completeness due to false negatives are calculated, completeness due to false positives are calculated, and then the average of both are being found as a overall completeness. These are the results which are being obtained in this research work. That completeness by using various classifiers, and this is the ROC curve, this is operating curve, and the accuracy. This research work is basically useful in the case, or important and useful in the cases when we would like to know whether what range of attacks are detected. If the entire range of attacks are detected, then IDS is more complete. If completeness is more, then the maximum range of attacks are detected. If the completeness is less, the less range of attacks are being detected. So in that case, it could be useful. Or secondly, by knowing C for each step or any one type of attack, to what extent efforts will be required to detect if multi-step attack, or at what point multi-step attack can be detected. So in various scenarios, this completeness would be very useful in the security industry. Thank you so much. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you, Ms. Vandana Kadam.
Thank you, ma'am.
Can you show me your references, Vandana ma'am?
Actually, references is not been put in the slide actually. I have plenty of references actually. All I have
Ma'am, your
done is
voice is too low.
Voice, why I could not hear you.
these are the few references which are shown in the slide.
Okay, okay. Is it a review paper, ma'am?
Yeah, it is a literature review. From the literature review, it is being
No, is
obtained
it a
that
review paper or your own paper?
own paper, ma'am.
Means not review paper, no? Is it
Not review
price?
paper. No, no, no,
Okay.
not
Mhm. So, how do you justify the technique which you have used? Is it like, how do you justify that technique, whether it is better than other techniques? So, have you done any comparative analysis for selecting the technique, tool, methodology?
no. So the thing over here is that actually completeness is being measured in this case using a classifier by defining a small simple formula which I have shown you in the slide. But the thing is that
Classifier in your voice is not audible.
classifier in Python.
Python. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
And I would like to justify it by using a belief rule based methodology. Comparing this methodology and the belief rule based methodology, I'll be measuring completeness over there and here. And then I would like to justify whether it's correct or not.
So,
Consistency.
did you find that this methodology is better than that?
No, I did not find this methodology is a better than this. That part is not yet covered. So I'm trying to complete that belief rule based methodology.
Okay.
Because belief rule based methodology is a more complete compared to this methodology.
Hmm. But you have not proved it yet.
Not yet.
Okay. Okay. No problem. Thank you. Thank you,
Thank you,
Vandana.
ma'am.
Hmm.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Vandana ma'am and Dr. Swati Vitkar.
Welcome.
Thank you, ma'am.
So here we are done with all the paper presentation. Thank you so much to all the participants and the session chairperson. We had wonderful session. Now next valedictory session will start by sharp at 4:30 p.m. Thank you so much everyone. I welcome you all again on valedictory session of today's International E-Conference. Now, I request our Honorable Principal, Dr. G.D. Giri, to address our audience for the valedictory session. Over to you, sir.
I am here for the closing address speech, that is valedictory. I know that the whole day was a day for discussion on this technological development, especially in the field of information technology. I am very much thankful to Dr. Swati Vitkar madam and Dr. Anjali Kulkarni Madam. You have spared your valuable time. It is a beginning of our college that our students are contributing in research, and I am sure that our students have done well. There were participants from various corners of the country and from whom there must be a good contribution. This type of academic association will help us in the development of the different faculties, in the development of different subjects, as well as such type of discussions will give scope for interdisciplinary activities. So I know that the chairpersons, they have put their lots of efforts and they have selected some of the papers for award. All students can't get award because maximum 3 numbers will be given award. Some teachers will also get award for it. But those students who are not selected for the award, please keep in your mind, this is your beginning and you will get many more awards in future period. So congratulations to all of you for being the part of this particular conference. And once again, I thank Vitkar Madam and Kulkarni Madam for your valuable contribution in this particular seminar. I congratulate the Department of Information Technology, KLE College of Science and Commerce for their efforts to make this conference successful. So wish you all the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Principal Sir, for your valedictory speech. Now, I request Dr. Anjali Kulkarni Ma'am and Dr. Swati Vitkar Ma'am to provide a review on technical sessions and also announce the best 3 paper presenters' names. Over to you, ma'am.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. And I'm very glad to hear all the papers. All the papers has got the potential and really very nice efforts put by the researchers. And this activity should be continual and ongoing process. It should not stop anywhere, and you can further research in the same area which you have already started. So you have to go deeper and deeper into that particular area rather than going breadth-wise. You have to go in depth. So I hope everyone will do it, and all the papers today. I congratulate each and every participant who has participated in the conference, and it is so in our vision and perception, everyone is the winner. But as per the pattern, we have to give 3 names for the best paper. So I'm just announcing 3 names for outside category. Not outside, it is for teachers. One category is teachers and second category is students. Okay, so the third rank, the third prize research paper, third best research paper is IoT based river water quality by Vidya Shankar from Karnataka. So give big round of applause to him. Second rank, second paper, second best research paper is EDA and data visualization of students' academic performance by Prakash Salankar Kudal. He is from Kudal. Sant Raval Maharaj Vidyalay,
Rahul
Kudal.
Maharaj.
Okay. So, second rank. And first best research paper goes to optimization of electrical energy through floating solar panels by Prashant Chaudhary, Khalsa College. So, I again congratulate all the winners, and now I request Anjali madam to announce the students category.
Okay, thank you, madam. First of all, I would like to thanks KLE Management Society, Principal Sir and IT Department for calling us as a session chair. I would like to appreciate all the hard work and efforts of the participants, especially students. So all of you deserve the big round of applause. So please give them big round of applause. Now, without wasting your time, I will proceed to announce the results. So third rank goes to Shivani Bisure. Her topic is review of combination of cloud computing with IoT. Second rank goes to e-waste and its management, a step towards green computing. Ankush Pandey. And last, first rank goes to Steola from Pondicherry. Her topic is content extraction of and analysis of Tamil palm leaf manuscripts. So, I congratulate all of you.
We again congratulate each and
Thank you very
everyone,
much.
and I thanks KLE Society as well as Principal and IT Department for calling us and giving this honor as a session chair. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Congratulations to all the participants, and also thank you Dr. Swati Vitkar ma'am and Dr. Anjali Kulkarni ma'am. Moving towards the vote of thanks session. Thank you is such a prayer that cannot be seen or touched. It must be felt by heart. Now it's time to propose a vote of thanks, for which I request Assistant Professor Rajashree to proceed further. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, madam. Good evening to everyone. I, Assistant Professor Rajashree Bhorkade, Head Department of English, feels honored and privileged to have the opportunity to propose a vote of thanks on the occasion of this international e-conference on behalf of KLE College Kalamboli, Navi Mumbai, Maharashtra, India. Certainly, the international conference was very useful. We all have the opportunity to be aware of ourselves with the recent advancements and exploration in computer applications. Organizing an international conference is a challenging task. This cannot be possible without great preparation, wise working hands, support from every corner, and of course, blessings. On behalf of organizing committee, I would like to express my profound gratitude to our KLE management for the support in all possible ways to organize this conference. I am very much thankful to our principal, Dr. G.D. Giri, for his mentorship, encouragement, constant guidance, and support to shape the conference. Thank you, sir, for shaping us so well. I express my deepest gratitude to our IQAC coordinator, Dr. Prakash Badane, for his sustainable approach towards the quality of each seminar, workshop, and conference held in KLE College. Let me express my deep gratitude to our keynote speaker, Dr. Imran sir, for taking time out from his busy schedule to be with us here today. I sincerely thank Dr. Imran sir for kindly accepting our invitation and sharing your vast experience, knowledge, and research with us. I believe this conference has opened a new dimension and our association will go a long way. I'm also very much thankful to advisory committee members Dr. Rajendra Patil and Assistant Professor Sudarshan Sirsat. They supported in all possible manners to organize this conference. I sincerely thank both the members of the advisory committee for their valuable suggestions. I take this opportunity to thank our session chairpersons for the paper presentation, Dr. Swati Vitkar and Anjali Kulkarni, for reviewing the session and providing their valuable comments towards the improvement of the quality of papers presented in the conference. Thank you, Madam. Your suggestions will definitely help us to inculcate the research in our students. I thank the technical team, the student volunteers for providing their support throughout the conference. I also thank our authors who have submitted their valuable research to this conference. My thanks to the head of department and conference convener, Assistant Professor Swapnali Kadge and Assistant Professor Sayma Natekar, and co-convener, Assistant Professor Kuldeep Prubhu, Assistant Professor Rajashree Salokhe, for shaping this conference so nicely and so timely. We have been fortunate enough to be backed by a team of very motivated and dedicated organizing committee members. I cannot thank everyone enough for the involvement they have shown and the willingness they have expressed to take on the completion of tasks beyond their comfort zones. I put on note with thanks the efforts taken by Assistant Professor Rajashree Salokhe, Department of IT, while anchoring today's conference beautifully. At the end, I make an apology to those who have directly or indirectly helped us, and I forgot to take their names. Hope we all meet in the next event. Thank you.
Thank you, Assistant Professor Rajashree Porkade, ma'am. Now, I would like to request all of you to take a position for National Anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you so much. All of you kindly take your positions. Here, I officially declare end of the today's international e-conference. The feedback link has been shared to your chat box. Kindly feel the same and thank you so much.